Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of November 15th, 2021. For viewers watching at home, the commissioners are participating here in chambers, and members of the public are participating both here in person and via video conference or teleconference. I would like to ask you all to please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Lanson?
Present.
Commissioner Link?
Present.
Commissioner McMahon? Present. Commissioner Newman?
Present.
Chair Buss?
Present. All right, tonight we have with us Planning Division Manager Steve Kearns. Oh, yes, we do. Hi. Good to see you, sir. Mr. Kearns, are there any written comments, announcements, or continuances at this time?
There was a supplemental packet distributed to the Planning Commissioners this afternoon containing correspondence related to item 7A. And that is it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. So now is the time for public comment. At this time, any person may address the commission regarding a city planning matter that is not on this evening's agenda. So this is for things that are not on the agenda tonight. Should the commission wish to discuss an issue raised by a member of the public, the issue will be referred to staff for scheduling on a future agenda. Anyone who would like to speak under public comments must complete a speaker card and file it with the recording secretary before the public comments portion of the agenda is called. The speaker's remarks should be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to an individual commissioner or staff member. Unless otherwise provided by the commission, speakers are limited to 5 minutes. The screen will show the remaining time you have.
I believe we have two public speakers that just signed up. We have Craig Burns and possibly Rosita.
And they are for not on there for right now?
They wrote public comment.
Public comments. All right. So Mr. Burns and Rosita. And based upon my notes here, it looks like everybody else is commenting on the item.
Yes, and Rosita is 7A now.
So, oh, Rosita is 7A. And what about Mr. Burns?
Public comment.
Okay. So Mr. Burns, are you with us remotely or on the floor?
I am video conferencing in.
Perfect. You have the floor, sir, and you have 5 minutes.
Not familiar with your agenda, but my comments are pursuant to the Lakes project.
Okay, then you will be commenting during that item. So we'll go ahead and hold off on having you comment now. All right, so I've got him as Craig Burns, and then what is Rosita's last name?
I don't have a last name, but I do have 7A.
All right, that's fine. We'll put them both on 7A. All right, so I am going to operate under the assumption we
I'm
don't
sorry,
have...
possibly Suzanne Duckett.
Suzanne Duckett? She's 7A?
Public comment.
Oh, okay. Well, Suzanne,
In person.
Then you have the floor, Suzanne. And prior to speaking on public comments, please state your name and city of residence just for the record. Oh, yeah.
Everybody to get down here, bring your fannies big time, quickly, immediately. The Rams aren't doing so well, so don't watch the Rams. Get down here because this item is extremely important to all of us. We don't want to be ripped off anymore by Rick Caruso.
If this is regarding item 7A, then I'd prefer that you comment during then.
And I also want to talk about, I want everybody to get down here immediately. The height issue, the density, the water, all of it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and
Okay.
stop there. I'm going to let you comment during 7A. If this is regarding the actual item that we're going to be discussing on the agenda, we have to wait till then. I understand that.
Sters, to be charged more if they're over the level of the bin. So I want, if I'm a senior citizen, I'm old, and I do my own gardening, and I want gardening to have precedence. If you have a lot of stuff put in your bin, I don't want that charged extra. If you have extra garbage or extra, what is the third one? Well, anyway, if those two, if the gray and the blue are not over the level, but your yard waste is over the level, I don't want to be charged extra. That's ridiculous. We should encourage people to put stuff in yard waste. We don't want fire enhancement areas in our neighborhood. And that's why I fill my yard waste up way over the top, if I can. Thank you. Somebody left a whole bunch of stuff here.
Thank you. All right, we'll be moving on to the consent calendar now. Next, we have the consent calendar with the minutes of October 11th, 2021. I believe one of my fellow commissioners does have a comment prior to our motion, so I will give the floor to Commissioner Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minutes of our last meeting look fine with one exception. The recording of item 7B, this was an objective design guidelines proposal. There's a paragraph, it's the fourth paragraph in 7B, that notes that the commissioners discussed a number of items, A, B, C, D, E, etc., and more. It does not note, and I would like included for the record, one objection that Chair Buss made and two objections that I made. And as I understand it, Chair Buss's objection was that the adoption of this measure would make it much easier for wholesale acquisition by private equity firms and by hedge funds and other large financial concerns. My two objections were, one, in defense of subjectivity, that we make subjective judgments all the time, that's why we're here, and that there is utility to being subjective. So that's one objection. And second, that staff also put in, although this was about standards and guidelines, staff put in a height increase that I didn't feel was appropriate for an objective design guideline document. With those additions, I will move that the minutes be, from our previous meeting, be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have any comments on that? All right, so
I have.
please go ahead.
I just wanted to know if he characterized your objection correctly.
I don't remember my exact comment, but I was concerned that allowing wholesale changes to it without reviewing how it would impact investment opportunities versus owner-occupied was the crux of my concern.
You did specifically mention hedge funds.
Yes, I'm
as an
sure I
example
mentioned
of
REITs.
the type of activity that would occur and that in fact has occurred.
You got it. I would agree with that.
So Chair Buss, just as long as the clerk is clear that she can carefully analyze both of your objections that you made during the meeting,
Yeah, I was
And
going to
with
say,
that
if we can go back to the
understanding-
actual tape,
Okay.
that'd be fine with me.
With that understanding, then I would let the motion go forward.
Okay. All right. And with that, will the secretary prepare us for a vote?
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Abstain.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
No, you can't do it. Motion carries 4-0, Commissioner Link abstaining.
Thank you very much. All right, now to the main event. Will the clerk please open the public hearing?
Item 7A, hearing having been advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider Agenda Item 7A, Development Permit DP 2021-70434, Land Division LD 2021-70435, Specific Plan Amendment SPA 2021-70436, Development Agreement DAGR 2021-70437, Mitigated Negative Declaration MND 2021-70424, Protected Tree Permit PTP 2021-70438, and Land Use Amendment LU 2021-70009 to allow the construction of a new approximately 75-foot tall, 165-unit apartment building with associated parking and amenities, creation of air parcels, and amendments to the General Plan and Specific Plan 11, located at 2200 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The applicant is T.O. Lakes LLC.
Thank you very much. Presenting on behalf of staff will be Senior Planner Nazar Slim. However, the department head, Kelvin Parker, would like to introduce him.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin with tonight's item, I just want to acknowledge that this is a rather unique project. It encompasses different elements than the typical project reviewed by this body. The development agreement specifically associated with the project accounts for an existing ground lease on the subject site. This item has the additional requirement for the development agreement to address the additional contractual obligations encumbering the property while contemplating the future development of the site. As staff begins to outline this proposal, we will highlight the project features, new aspects of the proposed development agreement, and the Planning Commission parameters by which they'll evaluate the project and make a recommendation to City Council. With that said, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Slim, who will walk us through this item in some level of detail.
Thank you, Director Parker, Planning Commission, city staff, and members of the public. The presentation before you is a request for a horizontal mixed-use project located at 2200 Thousand Oaks Boulevard. At this time, staff would like to recommend to Planning Commission that they recommend to City Council to accept mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as the following requests: a general plan amendment to amend the general plan from commercial to commercial residential, a land division to divide the existing land parcel into two airspace parcels, a specific plan amendment to align the current standards of SP 11 with the proposed development, a development permit to allow the new multifamily residential building, and a protected tree permit to allow encroachment of 5 coast live oak trees. And lastly, as we mentioned, the development agreement to establish standards and community benefits for construction of the proposed project. With that, we'll get into some background. The physical site itself is a 7.5 acre parcel. It's located at 2200 Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's between Lakes Drive and Conejo School Road. It's currently developed with approximately 51,000 square feet of commercial space, in this case commercial center, composed of 3 buildings and an associated parking lot. Generally, the topography is flat. It's improved with the parking lot. The site transitions upward from Thousand Oaks Boulevard and backs up to Hillside that's adjacent to the 101 freeway. Some history on the site. In 2021, February 9th, the general plan amendment was initiated. It was initiated by City Council in response or in conjunction with the allocated 165 units for the residential portion of this project. It also endorsed the mixed-use concept. In 2021, June 16th of this year, pre-application meeting was conducted with the applicant. And July 22nd, the applicant began to submit formal applications. As regarding the project process itself, there was a pre-screen procedure that required City Council approving the concept. We also did a pre-application review that was applied for, and formal applications did come in subsequently. All requisite steps being satisfied, the Planning Commission's role on this item is to make a recommendation to City Council. To start off with some surrounding land uses, as you can see, there's some commercial to the north as well as to the east. City Hall and Civic Plaza is directly east of the project, and west of the project. And to the east, we do have residential. South is the south properties or south property line is bordered by the 101 freeway. Start evaluating the project and just give you a project summary. As noted, it is a 165-unit apartment building. It's going to be on a separate airspace parcel. There's going to be up to 6 associated carports providing some covered parking. And of course, the associated lots are going to get reconfigured, the associated parking lots, that is. The site size for the residential component in this case is 2.5 acres. Here we see elevation. This is going to be the north elevation. As demonstrated by the elevation, there are 6 levels of living area above a podium parking level. In addition to the podium parking, there is going to be some underground parking as well. Just a quick note on the materials. The materials are going to be a smooth textured panels, arrangement of stucco panels, Aluminum window trim and mullions were applicable. Here's another view. Again, this is just a side view of the western elevation. And also you can see kind of the topography as well as it slopes up towards the 101 freeway. This next slide just kind of demonstrates the building mass and kind of the building location and where it's going to be situated. This is actually the intersection, and this is simulated, of course, because it's not there. This is the intersection of Conejo School Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As you can see, there's a kind of a yellow arrow here that kind of indicates, it shows one of the highlighted sort of rooftops, sort of that line there, as well as the other lines there. And that's going to be approximately the height of the structure and how it's going to be visible from that particular vantage point. And that is shown at the current proposal at 7 levels total. A little bit about the architectural form. It is a contemporary, what we call mid-rise apartment building. It does have some building accents. I would term them as banding to kind of show the different levels of the structure, as well as some elements to show the horizontal spaces there. That helps to sort of break up the massing of the building itself. It does use a natural color palette. Rather muted, so again, it doesn't compete too much with sort of the surrounding natural landscape, the hillside in particular. The building mass also, if you notice, it is angled, so there's basically 2 wings coming off of the main structure, and those are angled at certain degrees. So it does break up the structure in a way to give it a more differentiated look rather than just a monolithic building. As mentioned, it's 165 residential units. Those units go towards arena requirements. As for a unit mix, we have 61 bedroom units, 100 2-bedroom, 5 3-bedroom. Some of the amenities include a pool area, fitness center, and an entry courtyard for people to gather and have meetings or just converse. In total, the common area comes out to about 13,000 square feet, and give or take. In addition, we have here, we're going to be reviewing the private usable open space. So this is not common. This is private to the units themselves. There is a range here. This is just a sort of a snapshot of one of the levels, and it gives you kind of an idea. We have anything ranging from 83 to 944 square feet. So I'm just going to go by unit types. Typically, with the 1-bedrooms, you're going to get something between 80 to 549 square feet. and 2 bedrooms 80 to 475 square feet. 3 bedrooms will have 124 to up to 944 square feet. And of course, these average out. One thing I did want to note that's kind of important to remember, and the combination of the private usable open space as well as the common open space needs to also be looked at in context of the lakes development up front along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It is a privately managed but also publicly accessible space. It's kind of unique in that its close proximity to the project is kind of an added benefit, if you will. And I think it, to some extent, kind of need to include it into the fold, even though it's not technically part of this project. For parking, it does exceed the SP 11 requirements. For residential, we have 259 total spaces. Commercial, we have 292 spaces, which result in 26 surplus spaces. The table does show you the breakdown. It's really just applying the SP 11, actually I should say the amended SP 11 standards, and they do meet like I said, they do meet the parking standards and then also are in excess of. So a total of 551 parking spaces will be the result of the project as proposed. Just another quick bird's eye view of the parking layout overhead. It's important to note a couple things. One is that the parking will be exclusive. That is exclusive to each development. So the residential development will have its own parking. There wouldn't be a need to share with the commercial site. And if you notice that the parking is kind of hard to tell, but it does actually follow the line of the proposed airspace parcels, which we'll talk about here in the next section. Residential is going to have 136 combined stalls that are be located in the subterranean parking as well as the podium parking, so those won't be surface. The remaining, of course, 123 will be at the surface. The commercial will be mostly surface parking stalls, 292 of those. And again, those are dispersed throughout the site as well as some dedicated stalls along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. For land division, here's the conceptual land division that we talked about or that I mentioned. It is 2 airspace parcels residing over a ground parcel. And again, this is kind of more just for demonstration purposes. The actual line itself is kind of shifted a little bit, and that's along with the more formal tentative map that's been submitted. Another application that was submitted was for protected tree permit. Was a protected tree permit. It does acknowledge there are 26 trees that were inventoried in close proximity to the site. However, all 26 are being preserved. There are going to be no trees removed. The number of encroached trees are going to be 5, and those are all coast live oaks. They will be protected with protective fencing during the construction. There are also some pruning as well. It should be noted, the application does note that there was a hazardous tree that was removed, and that was done by city action. That was done during the course of review when we sent out our arborist to verify the applicant's arborist report. They did note the tree and did note that it was more of immediate hazard, and hence we took action to ensure public safety. Here's a tree protection plan just to kind of give you an idea of where those trees are located. As I mentioned, the bulk of those trees are going to, even though they're within the vicinity, they really are far enough away that there's actually no impact. The 5 that I did mention are outlined here in green. Those are going to be minimally encroached upon, and that's a combination of root protection zone being encroached on as well as some pruning. And I also did note where the hazardous valley oak was, and that was subsequently removed. Moving on to the development agreement, just want to note that the components of the development agreement do include the following. They are required for projects that receive an allocation under Measure E units. It also sets forth objectives for the project, such as private and public benefits, community benefits listed in Exhibit E, entitlement to develop the approved project, also detailed terms relating to the purchase option by the applicant, including timing of the purchase and when the development happens. It does contain an exhibit for the maintenance, use, and reciprocal easements that enables sharing and enjoyment of the entire area by various landowners. It contains an exhibit for the purchase and sale of the property from the city to the applicant. It also locks in certain fees and costs associated with the project and over the time of the duration of the project. It does set a time period again for proposed development to occur, and it must be consistent with the general plan as well as specific Plan 11. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Boscones for the discussion on community benefits.
Thank you. Included in the DA is a community benefits component. Staff approached this as an opportunity to renegotiate the existing mixed-use ground lease, and this was the starting point for our discussions with the applicant. Without a new DA, the existing DDA and lease would remain in effect. This has yet to yield any rental revenue to the city over the past 17 years, nor is it anticipated to do so in the near future. In evaluating the structure of the community benefit payments, staff's goal was to address the existing structure by guaranteeing an ongoing revenue stream to the city long-term that is not tied to performance return factors. The city is in a sound financial position today and in the short term as well, with more uncertainty out in the long term. Therefore, it is a prudent and strategic financial decision to structure the community benefit payments over 37 years to coincide with the existing term of the lease. This will provide a guaranteed revenue source to the city in the long term. Staff negotiated in good faith with the applicant for a community benefit payment of $79,365 per actual residential dwelling unit constructed, up to a potential of $13.1 million for 165 units. The payments would begin in the 48th month after certificate of occupancy and occur annually thereafter each year until all payments have been made. The annual payments begin at 1% of the total community benefit payment owed and increase every 5 years to 5.31% of the total community benefit payment in years 34 through 37 in order to account for inflation. By way of example, if total payments were $13.1 million, then the first payment would be just under $131,000, and the final payments in years 34 through 37 would be over $695,000 each year. So to recap, the DA, as prepared, includes up to $13.1 million in community benefit payments to mirror the 37 years left on the term of the existing lease. And if the DA is ultimately not approved, the terms of the existing DDA and lease would remain intact.
Thank you. With that, staff would like to make the following recommendation: that Planning Commission recommend the City Council to accept the MND 2020-20 or 70279 and approve the project based on the staff report findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the attached ordinances and resolutions, attachments number 4 and number 5. And with that, we're going to go, actually, do you want to make a quick correction here? It should be MND 2021-70424. Apologies for that typo. And with that, we're going to turn it over to Assistant City Attorney, please.
Thank you, Chair Buss and Mr. Slim. So, as you can tell from the numerous materials and in the packet and from the staff's presentation, this project has multiple elements and some proposed land use modifications that are complicated or a little bit more complicated than the typical development. And for this commission, it's important to note that the focus is on the 7 land use action items that are listed and set forth in the staff report. Your role tonight, as with all matters that come before you, are to review these recommendations and evaluate them from a land use perspective and determine if the actions requested are consistent with the city's policies, the regulations, the general plan, and any applicable specific plan. One item before you tonight is the review and consideration of the development agreement. As I've stated before, the development agreements in each project is unique for that particular project and the factors and elements of that project. It sometimes sets forth the various obligations, rights, actions that bind the parties to the agreement. In this case, the specific existing ground lease and the disposition and development agreement, as well as the current REA, require the proposed development agreement to address those documents and either eliminate or modify such documents. There are also 2 additional documents that are in your packet that are part of the development agreement. One is the amended, restated maintenance, use, and reciprocal easement agreement, or REA, and the second is the purchase and sale agreement, or PSA. Your recommendation to City Council tonight relative to the DA therefore includes those 2 documents. Yet the discussion whether the sale of the property, any price for such a sale, and appraisals are not within your purview of this body. You can and should make a finding that the disposition of the property would be consistent with the general plan amendment as proposed. On the screen, if Mr. Slim would put this on the screen, is Thousand Oaks Municipal Code Section 9-11.09. This section provides the factors that this commission shall use in making a recommendation to City Council. It includes, and I just want to be very specific here, that the commission make a finding and determination whether the development agreement is consistent with the objectives, policies, and general land uses and programs specified in the general plan and any applicable specific plan, whether it's compatible with the uses authorized in and the regulations prescribed for the land use district in which the real property is located, is in conformity with the public convenience and general welfare and good land use practice, whether it will be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare, and whether it would adversely affect the orderly development of property or the preservation of property values. So that is what's before you tonight. I think it is important to summarize that with all real estate transactions that are contemplated, I can say that this matter went to closed session, and I cannot speak about the closed session item before this body. I can state that the real estate transaction, like any other transaction the city does, was conducted pursuant to state law and subject, in this particular case, to a very restrictive nature of the lease terms that are in place on this property and that have been binding on the parties to this agreement for approximately 17 years. So, Chair, to summarize, it is important that during the hearing tonight you make findings to support your recommendations on the action items set forth on the agenda. However, as to the actual price and terms of the proposed sale, that is not for your consideration tonight. Thank you, Chair Buss.
Thank you. Can I just get one quick clarification on item D? It says will be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare.
So that can be, it goes both ways.
I was going to say,
absolutely.
By putting it as the negative, are we? If we vote yes, are we trying to harm citizens?
So if you're, for example, you're going to support a recommendation to support the recommendations, if you're going to vote to support it, it would be are not detrimental.
Okay.
Right? Same with
I just want to make sure we got our verbiage straight here.
and same with subdivision E as well. So it's either depending on what your recommendation would be.
Okay, so we take those things into account. Thank you. All right, so at this point, I'd like to open up the floor to my fellow commissioners if they have any questions of staff, and I suspect all of you are chomping at the bit. So we'll start left to right. Commissioner Linson.
Thank you, Chair Buss. And I want to say for all of you, this is the first time I've been in this building in a year and a half, and it's pretty nice to finally be able to be back in front of everybody. And I want to thank the staff, I want to thank all the commissioners and everything. This is, it's nice to be able to see our city get back to kind of a semblance of normal. So just wanted to start with that. Mr. Slim, thank you for your report. I have some definitional kind of just to make sure I have an understanding of the big picture process. Again, obviously we have a lot of questions and comments that I want to make sure we get to, but I wanted to kind of understand a few issues. The Measure E allocation, in the report it indicated that a larger number had initially been allocated and there's a fewer amount that's actually being sought here. What's going to happen to those units that are over allocated?
So just to clarify, the larger number comes about because what they do is they take a look at the entire acreage for the site and they do the multiplier based on that. With that, I think there was a couple additional extra units. To answer your question, what happens to those if they're not used? They revert back to the bank, to the Measure E bank. So
Okay.
you simply get defaulted back.
So those
in there.
don't get lost someplace, they come back into the bank and be used for other projects?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Lanston, if I can just augment that comment. The units are actually tied to the acreage of the site based on the general plan designation of 30 units per acre. So they do stay locked on the lake's property. So they'll be there in perpetuity. So they won't go back to the bank at this point.
And when you say the lake's property, does that apply to both of the parcels or that we're dealing with?
The 7.5 acres, yeah, it was based
Okay.
on the entire site.
And just so I'm clear, this the parcels we're talking about does not include what's been effectually referred to as the pond parcel. That stays under the city's control.
Does not include it, no.
Okay. Parking spaces. I kind of want to make sure we're understanding where the numbers are. I understand the 551 spaces in the entire complex, but just so we're clear, how many parking spaces per floor in the buildings and how many are going to be outside under a carport?
So you said how many? So there'd be approximately, I believe, 136 spaces that are going to be enclosed within the podium parking, as well as the subterranean, and 123 spaces are going to be on the surface parking lot. The way I phrased it was up to 6 carports additionally will cover a portion of those 123, but at this point, it's not been indicated just how many carports will be used, and so we don't know how many of those 123 surface stalls will actually be covered. That's still kind of, there isn't, I believe, a requirement for that with SB 11. So.
And since it's an issue that came out at the last hearing we had, are there going to be solar panels on the carport or on the roof, or where would the solar panels be if those were going to be part of the process?
That's a great question, and that's something that I would defer to the buildings department based on the structures themselves and whether they can take on that load and whether it's appropriate to locate the photovoltaics, whether it's on the carport or on the roof. So that's a.
If I may, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So that's a level of detail that wouldn't be provided at this point in the project. They would be required to meet the building code in terms of what would be required for solar or not, and the applicant will have some say in how they proceed in that manner. But that's a detail that will not be worked out until we get to the construction drawing phase.
And along that same vein, let me try one other thing that I think you're going to give me the same answer is I noticed in the materials that the applicant has indicated a offer of reducing the size by 1 floor. Has there been any discussion then exactly how that would change the number of units for each bedroom set, or is that something that would be discussed later on?
That would be appropriate to discuss with the applicant when they make their presentation.
And just so I'm clear, that is an offer that has been made by the applicant to the city that we'll obviously ask the applicant about, but that is an offer that's been made, correct?
That is currently our understanding.
And again, just so I make sure we're all clear, the 75 feet initial issue, my understanding is based on the specific plan for that project, that was actually an allowed amount of height for that area. Am I off?
That is correct. It's the maximum height limitation for that area. Any structure that's at least 150 feet away from Thousand Oaks Boulevard or Conejo can go up to 75.
So somebody in the materials had commented that we recently went through a very large rezoning process that included lots of different areas, and they thought that there was a limitation of 58 feet for this area based on the rezoning that took place as part of those hearings.
If I can clarify that comment, I believe that's a reference to the preferred general plan land use map, which actually has not been adopted. So that process is ongoing and is expected to come back before City Council at some point next year. So in regards to the specific plan, it has not been amended yet. That is a proposal that's under review currently by this body, which was submitted by the applicant.
Okay, so that's a different issue. And again, if they agreed to lower the height, that floor would be 65 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The pedestrian walkway that was referred in the materials, would that be, for lack of a better terminology, in between the Civic Arts Plaza and the Commercial Plaza? Or where would that walkway be?
Yes, I believe it would be connecting the existing on-site circulation to the apartment complex. So it would cross through the parking area and probably connect somewhere around, where I suppose Lawson's and the other commercial portion.
All right, so there'd be a way to connect and walk through without having to walk through actual parking lot.
Correct.
I know, and again, I don't want to get into obviously some issues that are above and beyond, but just to make sure I'm clear, this process is contingent in both ways, meaning that it is the purchase and the development is all part of the same process. We can't pick and choose one or the other. It's basically all or nothing.
That is correct. It's not if one happens, can the other not? They're all tied together. So if one doesn't happen, the others could not go forward. The other applications.
Okay. The trees you indicated one was already taken down. I just wanted to confirm that because I know in some of the materials it indicated it was damaged, but the tree that had the issue has already been taken down, correct?
That is correct.
And the others, when you say that there's going to be some minor encroachments, I know you kind of indicated to trees and roots. What exactly would the encroachments be? Is it just
so as an example, some minor encroachments would include some fencing, wrought iron fencing, and some footings, spaced every 7 feet, 8 feet, to put those footings in. And that would only be, I believe, at a small percentage, like 10 to 20%, maybe 10 to 15% of the root zone, the protected root zone. Similarly, any pruning that occurs is going to be, again, a minimal encroachment into that the canopy.
Okay, and I know a large part of the issue that I had concerns and I saw from the comments was in terms of a lot of the terms that are subject to the existing ground lease. When was that ground lease entered into, approximately?
So I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I can answer that.
Repeat that, please.
The existing ground lease was entered into in 2004.
And part of that process already had the option amount in terms of what the purchase price would be?
The existing ground lease has Section 15, which details if the developer, the applicant, wanted to purchase the property, how the city and the applicant would go about doing so.
So if we were to basically say, hey, we don't like that number, we want to go on the MLS and sell it, would the city be in violation of that term of that contract?
I think I'll turn that over to our assistant city
Yes,
attorney.
it would be. It would be because the lease is for the option of the applicant or Caruso. So that is his option to purchase pursuant to Article 15, specifically Article 15.04.
All right, so essentially we have that, and then it's the public benefit part. And you explained the payment structure, which is essentially an incremental payments over, 37 years?
That's correct.
And based upon a percent. And by the way, is it at the time that units are constructed or occupancy, or when does that obligation kick in?
So the timeline starts on certificate of occupancy.
Okay, I have a ton more, but I know everybody has lots of questions, so I'm going to end now. Thank you, Chair Buss.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanson. Commissioner McMahon, do you have any questions?
Just a few. First of all, when you're driving on the freeway, and let's just say that we're going to go with the new height of the building, the 65. What will you see as you pass by? Will you see beyond the building? Will you see above the building?
Thank you. I've got a slide that helps answer that, but I believe the applicant has a fuller presentation that kind of explores that. But here's an example of what I do have. And so if you take a look, this is actually the view heading north towards Ventura on the 101. And so what you're seeing there, that arrow is indicating that sort of shaded area. That would be the building as is proposed now with the 7 stories. So from this angle, it is actually going to be shaded, or I should say screened by the existing mature landscaping. There is a portion, obviously, as you keep driving, that there may be a window there where you can see it, but that's just to give you a relative idea of where you would see that portion of the development.
Okay, and then the purchase agreement is for all the property, the retail and the residential, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then maybe this is too detailed for right now, but I'm curious why the city at this point is not making the developer have the balconies at the minimum, and they're letting them have smaller balconies that is in the specific plan and our ordinances.
That's a fair question. I'd probably defer to the applicant, depending on their product and what scheme they had in mind, but I'm going to let them answer that, I think.
But isn't that something that the city has a say over?
It's something we had considered, but the specific Plan 11 was amended, and again, it was amended to address some of the, in concert with other development, the proposal itself and the requirements, if you will, to actually have that development occur on that parcel.
Okay, let's see. I think that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Chair Buss. I was hoping staff could discuss a bit of what is encumbered on the property currently. Provide some details as to why the arrangement or the development agreement is set up the way it is, without getting into it, the property is currently conditioned for certain things. Can staff please discuss what it is that has been conditioned upon the property that makes it what it is today?
So it's a great question. I was not involved in great detail with that aspect of the review process, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Attorney.
So under the current DDA and the REA and the lease, there's two parcels. There's a retail parcel, and then there is a pond parcel. The pond parcel is a city parcel. And under the REA, the retail operator is required to maintain that parcel, the pond parcel. And there's various activities that are permitted from both the public and from the retail operator. The REA has been modified or amended a few times, and it allows for the uses that are there. For example, the restaurants and retail that are there. Over time, they've changed some of the aspects of the deal to allow more restaurants versus retail commercial uses. And we also amended it to change the parking. So we allowed parking to go into the angled parking, which was new to City of Thousand Oaks, to go into the front of that pond parcel, which went into the pond parcel a little bit. So that was one of the changes that was done. So those are the two main requirements under the DA. The REA allows for the uses, and the current one, or the proposed one actually, would allow for various uses to go across the boundary lines, right? Because we have two air parcels, and then the pond parcel's got to remain. And so this REA will, again, identify the maintenance obligations and the rights of each party, again, to access and to use various elements of the three parcels, with the most restrictive being the residential parcel, because that's more of a private kind of residential use.
And so as part of the future agreement, the developer has more or less obligated himself to continue maintaining the pond parcel, though it remains within city property.
Correct. And so the REA, the proposed REA, is part of your packet, and it does talk about the various obligations that have been modified to some extent based on the current atmosphere where we are. But yes, it is a requirement for the retail operator to maintain the pond parcel to some extent, correct?
The size of the buildings, that has always been the same, has not changed or has not fluctuated with amendments to the agreements?
Great question. It's been up to 51,000 square feet, so it had that limitation. It ranged between 48,000 and 51,000 square feet for the retail.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Question for staff regarding parking. There was some parking stalls that are more or less distributed across the site. How does the applicant intend upon restricting those spaces to residential and vice versa, even though they are mixed within other areas, or would not be fenced or otherwise?
It's a great question. I can't say specifically how they would do it. One idea is I'm sure they'd have some signage maybe posted out there, but that's a good question. I would defer to the applicant. A better explanation.
And I wouldn't be the traffic guy if I didn't ask. Do we know what the current ADT is on T.O. Boulevard in front of the lakes? ADT being average daily traffic.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Naum. I'm City's Transportation Planner. And yes, we know that answer. The PM peak hour volume on Thousand Oaks Boulevard is 1,000, wait, now I can make sure I get this correct. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have this at the top of my hands. Oh. I'm sorry. Okay, the PM peak hour on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, east of Canal School Road, is 1,500. And so you also want the ADT?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I mean, we can always do our little trick of taking the PM peak hour and assuming it's 10% of the total and call it 15,000.
That's absolutely correct.
Would that
Actually,
be reasonable?
Well, and the thing is like, we don't have it exactly for that section of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's about 15 to 20,000 as you go west towards the 23 freeway.
Understood. Thank you. And there was one point of clarification. Actually, this might be for Mr. Parker. The general plan land use, I guess the land use element that is going forward is still under consideration. Actually, I think land use is done, isn't it? Either way, the general plan, would that modify the specific plans, or would the specific plans stay as they are? So when we reference building height and the maximum being 58 considered, would that modify existing specific plans, or would those restrictions remain in place?
A great question. So the general plan will be adopted first, and the proposal by the the height proposal in the current project is consistent with the existing general plan, and it would be consistent with the new general plan. So specific plans are updated following the adoption of the updated general plan element. So it's sequential. First, we adopt the general plan land use map, and then specific plans are updated after that, but they will remain consistent.
So potentially the maximum height for specific Plan 11 could be modified lower as a result of the adoption of the general plan?
No. The SP 11 amendment that's proposed with this project would lower the height limit for this particular structure to 65 feet as opposed to 75 feet. So what's before the Planning Commission this evening is an amendment to SP 11 to fit the current project.
Right. But presuming that this amendment is approved by council or accepted by council prior to adoption of the general plan, of course that height limit would stay in place, but were this action to be deferred until after the general plan, hypothetically, then the maximum heights would be reduced based on the revised general plan.
But no, the preferred land use map that is currently endorsed by City Council accounts for the height on this particular parcel.
It does, okay. Understood. So in other words, it stays the same regardless.
That is correct.
Okay. And that is all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Commissioner Newman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin my questions, I want to thank staff, Mr. Slim, Mr. Heher, everyone on staff. I know how hard you've worked with the applicant on putting this together in record time, so thank you for all your efforts on that. Mr. Slim, are these all market rate units? Are there any low-income affordable units in this project?
Not as proposed, but there is a in lieu fee, if you will, for back of a better term, and that's something I think maybe an assistant attorney would speak to, if you can.
Right now, as proposed, it is market rate.
And
No
do I
affordable.
understand correctly that the current in lieu fee is zero
That is correct.
and has been since 2009?
That is correct, and that is being evaluated, but to your point, currently it's zero.
And are there any condominiums as part of this project?
As proposed, we're only told that they're going to be for lease or for rent.
Okay, so this is 100% market rate rentals as proposed.
Correct.
All right, thank
That's our
you.
understanding. Mhm. Thank you.
A few questions regarding the size of the project. Starting off, just to help me understand a bit more about airspace parcels and how they work. Do the two airspace parcels, do I understand correctly that they give the property owner the right to build 100 feet above ground and 50 feet below ground?
Not exactly, and I may let Mr. Heher discuss that, but I will tell you this: the height and the form of the development is dictated by the SP 11 and the DP. It's not dictated by the parcel. You can the airspace could be 1,000 feet. It wouldn't influence that at all. The reason for those numbers is something I can't directly respond to. Like I said, it's either the convention that's done with surveying for things like this. It's 100 feet above, 50 feet below, but I honestly could not.
I guess that's what I'm unclear about, is if there are other restrictions, such as the general plan or specific plan setting maximum heights, why are airspace parcels needed in the first place?
Again, it's a great question.
If I may, you can ask the applicant their reasoning for requesting that, but any development that happens on that parcel would have to be compliant with SP 11.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is that when I was in high school, I lived in a city that had an airspace parcel, and the applicant originally built to a much lower height and then came back some years later and said, we have the right to use this land and we're going to, and went to court and won. So I just want to be sure that we're not opening that door in this particular case.
So, Chair, if I may, and again, as Mr. Parker mentioned, it's certainly a question to also ask the applicant to let them explain why we have it. In this particular case, the airspace parcels are, again, a dimension of 50 feet below ground and 100 feet above ground. And one of the reasons you're going to have that is because of the circumstances that they have for their complex that they're proposing. And it also has to do with the finance that they currently have on the retail parcel. So there's other elements to it. But for the public and for This is, again, we don't have too many air parcels, if any, that we've experienced in Thousand Oaks. In some situations, you can have vertical subdivision, right? So vertical subdivision instead of horizontal subdivision. And it's a three-dimensional division of property, of airspace, and you can have one or more airspace lots or parcels that exist and can be created. In California, I think there are two statutory means in which to create airspace or divide airspace parcels. One is through condominium project, for example. The second one, and this is what we have here, is to record a final map or a parcel map. And that's what is being proposed here, is to record a final map that, again, designates these two air parcels 100 feet above, 50 feet below ground. And there's two of them, and then there's a master parcel that goes underneath both of those.
Right.
And I would suspect, and you can ask for the applicant for more clarification, but when you look at the height, for example, 75 feet proposed height, that is the height of the building, but you also have to have things such as maybe a elevator tower or a flagpole or some other type of a device that or structure that is not part of the building height that you would calculate as building height, but it's certainly got to go above that maximum height of the building. So for example, if it's 75 feet, you want to have this area of 25 feet, make sure that you're within that. But again, it is create a very specific lot for both of these, and again, the master lot that goes underneath it. And then again, the third or the fourth parcel would be the pond parcel.
I appreciate that, and if I may, I will follow up with the applicant, but the meta question I'm asking here is, are we creating a precedent where an applicant can come back and say, by right, I can build up to 100 feet?
No. So air parcels are subject to city rules and regulation. So creation of an air parcel is no different than creation of a land parcel, meaning they're subject to the height limit of SP 11.
All right. So the governing height limit would be the one stated in the specific plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Which is consistent with the existing general plan as well as the proposed general plan.
Okay. While we're on the specific plan, I had asked a question, and I may just have missed it, but in the agenda packet, attachment 7, which was specific plan for this project, appeared to me to be an old document, a 2012 document. At least that was the most recent amendment. Were there changes in that document? Because I didn't follow what was new about this.
There were, most of those changes, the bulk of the changes were made to address a residential component in there. So there were some things that were omitted that were never developed or never going to be developed, and some things that were added, again, to recognize that there's going to be a residential component of what otherwise was a specific plan addressing only commercial use. Other than that, very, very minor things. I think one thing was with respect to outdoor dining. There's been a huge shift, if we all recognize it, where outdoor dining is becoming more of a popular thing. So I think that addressed it as well. So it gave a slight more allowance for that, for parking. But other than that, that's about it.
Is there a specific document that's marked as an amendment to this specific plan? Because I did not see that in the attachment.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. There was no red line copy of this document. It was basically just changes to accommodate or address the residential component, which was not contemplated as part of this sub area, as the part of the original specific plan. So in order to incorporate residential standards, we had to amend the document, and it was just including those development standards.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. I'm very clear from Mr. Heher's instructions that we are not here to renegotiate prices tonight. So I want it to be equally clear that I'm asking some financial questions just so I understand the dimensions of this deal. Starting with taxes, it was stated that the property tax that would be realized if the city council were to approve this project would be an additional approximately $800,000 per year. And given our 1% tax rate, does that mean that we're valuing the project at approximately $80 million?
You want me to take that?
Yes, please. Thanks.
That was just based on an estimated construction cost of the residential apartment building being anywhere from $75 million to $80 million. And then based on the 1%, that would equate to $800,000.
And just to be clear, we're referring here only to the value of the apartment part of
That
the
is
7
correct.
acre, not the shopping center part.
That is correct.
Great, okay, thank you. And then with regard to the community benefits, I am not entirely clear where those benefits can be applied. Are any of them, for example, being used toward infrastructure that would be part of public infrastructure improvements for this project? Or are they for general spending throughout the city?
Right, so those community benefit payments that we would receive annually would go into the city's general fund, and it would be up to city council's purview if they wanted to specifically restrict those benefits to a specific source or use.
Are there any expenditures anticipated from public monies toward infrastructure improvements for this project, for this application?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Newman, could you please repeat that?
Are there any public expenditures for infrastructure improvements, public infrastructure improvements anticipated?
And I beg your pardon, we do have somebody here from Public
Can I
Works.
just ask for a point of clarification on your
Please.
question? Is the question, is the city spending money to provide infrastructure in relation to this project?
Yes, yes, be it water lines or sewer lines or wider sidewalks or any sort of physical improvement of public lands to accommodate this project.
Not that staff is currently aware of. There is a number of easements associated with the project that the applicant will have access to make some public infrastructure improvements.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Like Commissioner Lanson, that's about 1/3 of my questions, but I will hold off for the time being and kick it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Newman. Commissioner McMahon has one more question, so I'm going to give it back to her.
Commissioner Newman brought up the $800,000 proposed tax for the residential side of it. And at this time, we're not getting any taxes whatsoever from the property because of the original development agreement. The development agreement is going to be changed now, and the residential side, we're suggesting we'll get about $800,000 in taxes. Will the commercial retail side of it now start paying taxes to the city? Will that be in addition to the $800,000?
So the way it works on government-owned property, obviously, we don't pay property taxes, but because we lease the property to a private entity, they are required to pay possessory interest property taxes. So they are currently paying a little over $260,000 annually in possessory interest property tax payments. So if they became the property owner, then it would convert to a private land ownership, and then they would be subject to paying regular property taxes on the commercial part.
And do you have an estimate on what that would be?
I do not know.
Thank you. That's it.
All right. We're going to go back to Vice Chair Newman, who has decided he's got one more question.
Even in the short list, there is one thing I forgot to ask. There's never been a 7-story apartment building in Thousand Oaks. Is that a true statement?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, that's accurate.
So for other unique or new or large projects in some nearby cities, Malibu, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, the cities use story poles, where they ask applicants to put up story poles to give citizens a sense of what sort of volume of project is being talked about. And my question is just this, is why are we not using story poles for this historically large building?
Again, it's a good question. Defer to.
That's a very good question. We have used story poles in areas where a development's occurring where they could have an effect on a prominent vista, a landform that we're trying to preserve. In this case, this building is located to the back of an existing development. This is a built-out site. The vantage point from Thousand Oaks Boulevard is partially obscured by the existing commercial building. We didn't feel it was necessary to use story poles in this case. So that's why it was not It was not used in this application.
Okay, so the answer is staff did not feel it was necessary to put
That's
up
the
story
answer,
poles.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Newman. I've got a couple of questions. Let me just sort through this and see if there's anything I can just hold off on. These are going to be kind of follow-ups to questions people have already asked. Number one was the question on the balconies. They're asking for a very specific smaller balcony setup or permission for smaller balcony setups than we have done for any other development in history. Staff have any reason for going along with that beyond just seemed kind of cool for the design?
That's Mr. Kern said.
Thank you, Chair Bus. That's partially true. We have allowed smaller balconies and independent developments on a case-by-case basis. The code standard is what's being referred to, the 7-foot wide dimension, the 100-foot minimum balcony. But when you create unique development standards through a specific plan, you can adjust those numbers to make biggest and best use of the property and the development itself. In this case, the smallest balcony is 80 square feet, which we believe is adequate for the unit types.
Oh, okay. So you felt it was adequate.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna stick with you, Mr. Kearns, just because you go back as far as I do in this town. I have a question about when the original development didn't happen. The city had an option to build a parking structure where this apartment building would be now. And after Crusoe had 3 years to option his multiplex, when that didn't happen, did any plans for the city go through? Did anybody discuss it? Was there any option presented that you recall? I couldn't find anything in any history.
No, at that time, the last contemplated use for that area was the multiplex theater. And then once that didn't happen, there was no modification or amendment to the SP specific plan to change that designation until recently, and this is what we have before us tonight.
Okay, so this is the first time anybody's proposed anything.
That's correct.
I was going to ask the other thing, going back way back in the day, the Discovery Center. I know a lot about how it was going to happen for a very long time, and everybody was very enthusiastic, and literally the Lakes exists because it was going to be the support center for this Discovery Center. What happened to the Discovery Center? I have asked a few people who were involved in that project, and none of them want to tell me why it fell apart beyond the project went from a smaller kind of design to they wanted to compete with the Discovery Center in LA to it ceased to exist. Do you remember that history?
I do remember that. It was actually in a different sub-area. It was outside in sub-area B, I believe. It was just to the west of this proposed development. And it was just the market. The market didn't support it at the time, and it went away. It fell off the development.
And so then the city decided that we weren't going to become, because we built the cultural center that we're sitting in now, that was going to happen, and then this Lakes was going to happen with its multiplex and all that stuff. So we got this one done, and then we just decided, never mind. And it's been 20 years. I mean, the economy has gone up and down a few times, so.
Sure, yeah.
It just...
It was never pursued after that.
Okay, so we just gave up. Okay, and so now we're where we're at. Okay, I just wanted to, nobody, I remember all these things gonna happen, and then it didn't happen. And
So Chair Buss, if I may, just really quick, there is one more thing. We do have the campus master plan. The campus master plan.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize. The campus master plan, which has been approved from City Council a couple years ago now, that's still an active plan that we're continuing to monitor and decide how we're going to move forward with that.
With the rest of the remaining parcels.
Correct.
That
That goes to the front, the park area and the main street, and modifying the buildings here and adding the parking structure on the west end and things of that nature. So that's still an active plan. I want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, I've seen it. Okay, I want to move over. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name on the far side. You said that the backloading of the payments would help account for inflation. I don't understand that statement.
So instead of making the payments an equal amount every single year for 37 years, they increase by an inflationary factor. So they're starting out at a lower amount, 130,000 if it were 13.1 million, and every 5 years they would increase to keep up with inflation.
Oh, you're just saying the word and that the payment
Exactly.
itself inflates, because I was going to say the
Correct.
value of money over
No.
time decreases.
Yeah, and
So
that's
it's
sort
the
of
opposite of inflation.
Right. No,
So if
you're
I
right.
can, if I can pay for something 40 years from now, it is significantly cheaper to me than it is today. So it's, so you understand that he's
Yes.
getting it for a far less cost over time.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page,
Yeah.
because I did not understand her definition of inflation there. All right. And then another question on the designation change, because we're talking about airspace parcels. I guess I can come to you for this. So we're going to have an airspace parcel for the residential and an airspace parcel for the commercial too, right?
Correct.
Why the other one?
The master parcel?
Yeah, why is it because the entire parcel has to be seen as one, or the commercial needs 100 feet too because someday it could be taller?
So no, it's not because of being taller. It's probably because there's an underlying financial obligation on the parcel with the retail, and so the master parcel will maintain that, and so the financing, and again, a question for the applicant. But
Okay, so this is commercial finance issues.
Probably
is why
correct,
they need this.
yes.
Okay, so I'll talk to them about that. All right, Mr. Slim, I just have another question for you. Do you know what the elevation of the access road is to the backside of Civic Arts Plaza behind the parking lot there?
That's a good question. My assumption, roughly 13 feet from the level, the lowest grade in the parking adjacent.
Okay, so 13 feet. So it would start around the second story, so basically the first floor of apartments?
Actually, I mean, we take a look at the cross-section, the podium level actually levels off probably right at that service road. But let me go back to it if I can get
Yeah,
there.
I was just trying to picture it in my mind, because I know that the pool's going to be located back there, and it seems like there's going to be a driveway extended back there too, right?
There's going to be actually a couple stalls, a few stalls for
Yeah, because
additional
there's parking
stalls.
back there and
Correct.
all that.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea of how the height differential is going to be for everybody back on that side. But you say about 13 feet?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay,
My
all right.
assumption. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And then now I want to go to traffic, if I can, for a moment. Mr. Link, I'm a little disappointed. I am curious what the traffic is on Caneo School to Willow, because that will be the closest freeway entrance for anybody that happens to reside here or shop there or anything like that. And as we all know, Willow Lane is a very narrow street that looks like it's getting a lot of work done on it. I'm not sure what they're doing to it right now, but I'm curious how many cars go on that road every day.
So good evening, Kathy Naum. So what we're looking at is really PM peak hour peak hour, because that's when the most traffic is on Willow, and that would be when the most traffic is coming and going out of the apartment, generated by the apartments. So what we were looking at is that on Willow, there's about 540 PM peak hour trips. And it's a two-lane road that has a capacity of 3,200 vehicles in the PM peak hour. So what we were able to look at is right now, there's only 20% of the capacity being currently utilized on Willow Lane. So we don't
How do we
feel-
get those numbers, just out of personal curiosity? I drive that road a lot. My daughters went to that preschool. My office is on Townsgate. I'm very familiar with that street. I'm very, very familiar with people using the U-turn lane, we call it, in front of the power company there. I mean, I'm very familiar with the street. How do we get these numbers about capacity?
What we were able to use is very recent numbers that were collected in September 2021. The development going on over at the Kmart project is doing a traffic impact study. So they did counts at the intersection of Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Oh,
and Casino
I'm
Road. Right.
confident in your counts.
Oh,
What
I
I'm
thought
trying
you
to
wanted-
establish is, you're saying it's 20% of that road's capacity.
Right.
There's people's driveways on that street. I'm trying to understand how you determine 3,200 cars should be going through there every day.
That's and it's 3,200 cars per hour, so it's not it's not per minute, so it's over the course of an hour, and it's for both lanes. So if there's 1,600 vehicles per lane, and there's two lanes, and that's how you get 3,200 hours per hour is the formula if you're going to look at the capacity of a roadway.
Is this a NHTSA standard? What is this?
It's Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's an
Okay.
industry standard. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's what and so that's for a residential street is what essentially this is?
It's a two-way. We look at volume on a lane, and then since this is a two-lane road, it's double that. So
I see Mr. Link nodding, so I'll assume this is all correct information.
That's why I didn't ask the question.
You got it. You win. Yeah, I was mostly concerned because I'm trying to figure out how people are going to get on the freeway from this development. And I don't know if the city's considered it, but it might make sense not to make that a through street anymore. I know we've done that once before on a street back on off of Olson Road to the backside of McRae.
Well,
through a residential neighborhood.
there is a procedure to terminate.
And I know I'm not the
through
traffic
street,
commission,
and
so I apologize.
So as part of this project, we're not considering changing the circulation pattern for Willow Lane right now.
Okay.
In fact, we're putting sidewalks on it right now.
Yeah, I've seen them. Oh, sorry. Who's this? I'm sorry, who are you?
Nader Haidari, Deputy Public Works Director and
Oh.
City Engineer.
Welcome.
I just wanted to illuminate a little bit on the what's happening on Willow Lane right now. This was we got a substantial grant funding a few years ago, and we're basically completing that street from the old rural 50, 60-year-old roadway to kind of the more modern roadway, which is going to incorporate continuous sidewalk all the way between Hillcrest all the way down into Hampshire on Willow Lane and Canal School Road, as well as bike lanes. There's going to be new pedestrian
So
crossing.
there's going to be a bike lane there too?
There's going to be bike lanes in the areas that are the non-residential areas. In the residential area, the bike lane and the on-street parking didn't work, but there will be sharrows in that section. But the rest of Willow Lane will have bike lanes and sidewalk continuous throughout to create that complete circuit. So it's going to continue to function as this connector roadway, a critical one to connect the Westlake area into Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And so I don't think there's any plans on the table to dead end that road.
Is there a way to facilitate the access to the freeway from there? Is that because you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
that U-turn
it doesn't
in front of-
appear that way. It's a Caltrans right-of-way when you get so close to the freeway there,
Yeah.
and Willow Lane is just simply too close to the ramps of the freeway, so there's, opening that up or creating another intersection just 100 feet or 200 feet away from the off-ramp is, way beyond the Caltrans requirements. We are looking at a longer-term full upgrade of the Hampshire interchange, because of that interchange,
Yeah, I figure if
could
the
be
Kmart
improved.
project goes through, that's
So
probably
that
gonna
is
be a
being
necessity.
contemplated and looked at. That's a much larger project. That's a 10 or 20 year down the road type of project that we've submitted for. We were trying to get some grant funding for that one.
You got it, awesome. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh. I was going to be done, but I'm going to pass it along to Vice Chair Newman real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on a question you asked and Ms. Naum answered regarding the 540 PMP. Is that and you said that was a current number. Is that number affected in any way by the pandemic, or is this would that be a normal number in any normal year?
When the counts were taken, we looked at historical counts too, because it wasn't just that intersection that were counted. We looked at other intersections in the area, and they were adjusted for anything that seemed out of sync with what normally would be what the count should be. So they weren't higher than pre-pandemic, but they're not substantially lower than either.
Okay, so staff's understanding is that even absent a pandemic, the number would be around 540.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Estimated.
All right. So I think everybody got their. You want to go again? Commissioner Lanson, one more time.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'm sorry, I'll make this quick. I know there's a lot of people. In looking at, obviously, the big issues that I'm looking at are traffic and parking, and I think a lot of people are going to end up speaking about that. But what's having a little psychological process is the fact that this is already a center that went through a great deal of evaluation for parking and traffic. So when we look at the traffic and parking issues that you guys are going through, is this in relation to a generic property, or in relation to what the difference is if this property had been functioning to its best use, what that difference would have been, if that makes sense?
Yes, that's interesting. So when we look at the impact of of a proposed project on the existing road network system, and you might have a shopping center that is a very low volume shopping center, and then you might have something like the promenade down the street that's very high. We can't just make assumptions that, well, everything should function at that 110% commercial level. So we just take what's out there on the roadway. There's always turnover for existing land uses, just like there's vacancies in office buildings. So we take existing counts and then add the new counts, the new projected trips from this project. And that's what we can just do as the industry standard. We're not looking at the shopping center that's very underutilized right now and say, okay, well, what if they turn everything around and everything comes at capacity, what was projected? So does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you're doing a newer evaluation, not trying to basically look at the incremental difference.
That's
'cause
correct.
that would have been tough, okay. And then just again, generally speaking, in terms of the process, the public benefit is the money that would be paid under the development agreement, the sale of the property, the increased sales taxes that we hopefully would get by virtue of these businesses that are now basically underused in terms of the mall, and then the property tax. Are those the benefits we're looking as part of this process?
I would say those are all the economic public benefits.
Okay, are there any other benefits that we should be considering besides the economic benefits?
Yes, Commissioner Lanson, we're looking at the provision for housing. We have a RENA number that we need to meet in the next cycle, next 8 years, which is about 2,621 units that we need to plan for. So this goes towards meeting those numbers.
Okay, and again, my last question, I'll go to the applicant in terms of the airspace. I do real estate law on the side, and a lot of people want to have the ability to control drones in the area or other potential issues as to that airspace issue, but I'll let the applicant speak to that, so thank you.
I'll hold off on my questions for now. Let's move along, and we'll get to the applicant here. So thank you. Now we have the applicant, our applicant's representatives to speak. You have 15 minutes. Please do state your name and city of residence for the record, and you are free to present.
There we go. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. My name is Chris Robertson. I'm Vice President of Planning, Government, and Community Relations for Caruso. I'm joined here by my colleague Bryce Ross, in addition to a number of our other team members who are available for questions. I'd like to start by thanking staff for a very thorough presentation and extending our gratitude to the entire city family for all the hard work that they've put into the project and getting to us to where we're at tonight. I know we have limited time, so I'll go ahead and jump into it if I can figure out how to advance this slide. Okay, there we go. Okay, so our tonight's presentation will go over who we are, how we got here. We'll briefly touch on our community engagement process, go over some of the influences, some of the thought process that went into influencing the design, and then conclude with some design considerations, namely the height. So we are a privately owned company founded approximately 30 years ago by our CEO, Rick Caruso. We're founded on the belief that community really brings us together. Community is at the core of who we are, and we strongly believe that our projects and our company are better for it. We're very, very proud to be a member of Thousand Oaks for 25 years. We recently celebrated our 25th anniversary. We started with the Village at Moore Park, moved on to the Promenade at Westlake, and then the Lakes, of course, in 2004. We never, ever, ever present a project to a local jurisdiction without significantly outreaching to the community, because we do, again, believe that their input is so important to crafting a project that's going to be successful for the community and the city. Our community engagement doesn't stop with our projects. We own and operate everything that we own in our portfolio, and we're always trying to find new ways to program our spaces to create family-friendly, fun environments. You can see a few images on the slide of some events that we've held recently at the lakes. We've had some outdoor movie theaters, family-friendly events with Easter egg hunting, and then recently, especially during the pandemic, we worked with TO Arts to host a number of outdoor performing events, which were very important to help sustain them over the pandemic. The side that you see now is an event that we held very recently as part of our Halloween celebration in conjunction with a mom group. Again, it's a really great example of the ways that we work with the community to find fun, friendly events that everybody can enjoy, especially in the Southern California weather. So how did we get here from 2004? I know you've already discussed briefly that when we came into the city back in 2004 with the idea of building retail, we had a much larger project envisioned. It was eventually scaled back to the 50,000 square feet that currently exists on property, but the specific plan did allow a phase 2 development for over 100,000 square feet of development, which would have included potentially a movie theater or office space. We know that the market conditions have shifted significantly since 2004. As you all know, you open the newspaper every day, turn on the news, and all you can hear about is the housing shortage that we're facing in California. Thousand Oaks is grappling with this as well. You're well aware that the city's in the process of planning to accommodate around 2,600 units over the next 8 years. So we took a hard look and thought what makes sense, and it was clear that housing was the right thing to do. We also know that one of the things that we've heard from the commission, the council, and the community is the open space preservation is incredibly important. And part of adding the units in a sensible way means infilling in urban areas. The city is also in the process of creating a number of policy documents to try to create a downtown, thriving downtown that's more walkable, more bikeable, and bringing that jobs housing balance. And we've seen that memorialized in a number of recent policy documents, such as the Economic Strategic Plan, the Downtown Core Master Plan, and the Civic Arts Plaza Plan. So we're excited at the idea of bringing residential to the lakes. We know that the lakes has a walk score of 76, which means that you can basically access anything on foot. And we tie into the extensive network of open space, which is over 12,000 acres of open space and 170 miles of trails. When we started looking at the possibility of adding residential at this site, we got out our pencils and figured out where would it make the most sense to put the building. We talked about putting it on top of the retail. We talked about putting it behind the retail. We talked about putting it along Conejo School Road. And ultimately, we landed on the current building footprint for a number of reasons. One, we know from listening to conversations with the commission and council and the community that it's incredibly important to protect and preserve the character of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This building footprint allows for setbacks that range from about 400 to over 550 feet. We also know that the Civic Arts Plaza building that's located next door extends up to about 107 feet, which if translated to a residential building is about a 10-story building. And then there's significant landscaping that helps to soften the bulk and mass. So what you end up with is a building that sort of cascades down similar to the building next door with the smaller retail in the front, which is consistent with the policy and the guidance of the specific plan. So we went to City Council, as we talked about back in February, with the very high-level request and the building footprint conceptually depicted on the plan. We received a 5-0 unanimous council vote, which we are very excited about, and immediately after the hearing, we reached out to everyone who testified at the pre-screen hearing so that we could take a deeper dive into the comments that they made. We also launched a project website where we gave a brief summary of the project. There was an opportunity to sign up to receive updates. We included an infographic so the community could follow along and see where we were at in the process. And then we also included an email address where people could proactively reach out to us. After we launched the website, we sent out a letter to residents and businesses within 1,500 feet of the project site that was both occupants and owners, informing them of our proposal, directing them to our website, and then inviting them to a series of community meetings. At the same time, we reached out to about 28 or 30 HOAs across the city, inviting them to participate in meetings as well. And we also held a number of community meetings with Conejo Climate Coalition. We met with Thunderbird Mobile Home Park across the street, Kiwanis Club, the Chamber of Commerce, TOBA, and of course our tenants, who are all very supportive of the idea of bringing residential, in addition to potential future tenants who are very excited at the opportunity of bringing new tenants to the space because of the residential building. Another important stakeholder that we worked with throughout the entire process is the fire department. So they were key into informing the evolution of the project design and making sure that the building is designed safely. So some of the key community feedback we received from our meetings was that the community really loved the lakes. It really had become a true gem of the community. They wanted to see it continue to thrive and survive. They loved that it was safe and family friendly. You could take your kids there, you could take your dogs there, you could go there. There was something for everyone of all ages. They also really liked some of the outdoor community programming that we did, and they really liked the live entertainment. Some of the other feedback we received was that there was an opportunity to make the lakes more of a destination. So as opposed to going there and running a quick errand, people wanted the opportunity to stay there for a whole day or a half day. So there was the ideas of trying to add as many mixes of use as possible. So maybe you go there, you work out in the morning, you have lunch, you can work out of a coffee shop, which we've seen, more and more popular, especially with the freelance economy rising. And then, have dinner, potentially walk around, grab an ice cream. Another thing we heard about specific tenant uses was there was a very strong preference to try to find an ice cream shop that would add to the center, in addition to a coffee shop. And I think the reason for these two uses is that they appeal to a broad demographic. So young, old, middle-aged, everybody loves coffee and ice cream. And then we also heard from some community members that they had an interest in viewing live entertainment in the city, but they weren't necessarily inclined to go to a bar or a club or a concert, and having some live entertainment incorporated into a coffee shop would be a great opportunity for them. Another thing that we heard from the community was that there was a lot of confidence that the building we ultimately proposed would be an amazing asset for the city. The community was generally familiar with our other projects. They know that we have a very high attention to design, and the project was going to be beautiful and it was going to be a safe space. We also heard that there was a preference for commercial or for surface parking for the commercial use, but when it came to the residential, people preferred to have the parking either underneath the building or in a secured space. And then finally, with the height, the image that you see in the bottom right of your screen is a little infographic that we drew up and presented to the community, showing the general height of the next door Civic Arts Plaza and where the 75-foot height limit in the existing specific plan lined up. It was unanimous that the residential building should be shorter than the Civic Arts building. It should never be larger than it. There was a mix of opinions on what exactly that looked like. We heard some people say it should be about a third shorter, which 75 feet is roughly. Some people thought maybe 6 stories made more sense, but I think because of the significant setbacks, because of the sound wall, because of the mature landscaping and the existing next door development, that the 75 feet generally made sense. And then in terms of what the new building should look like, the community unanimously agreed that the building should definitely complement the existing commercial structure. It didn't necessarily need to duplicate it, but it should draw an inspiration from it. So you can see some images on the screen here where we tried to show some images that stress the horizontality of the nature of the existing commercial building. We integrated some earth tone materials, and then all of the images incorporate, fairly robust landscaping, which echoes the landscaping currently on site. So we took all this feedback and we crafted the proposal that's before you tonight. When we embarked on the project design, we wanted to reinforce the status of the Civic Arts Plaza as the heart of the community in a way that was vibrant, walkable, and compatible and sensitive to what's there, especially the natural environment. So the building mass, as Mr. Slim mentioned, is broken up into 3 wings, each of which are oriented on their own axis and that are in sync with the existing topography. This layout, in conjunction with upper floor step backs, helps to create visual interest and then reduce the appearance of the building mass. In keeping with the character of the surrounding buildings, the building features simple yet expressive architectural forms and details, creating a strong sense of horizontal articulation, harmonious and unified setting, and sequence of attractive views for visitors and residents passing by the building. Some additional elements that help to soften the building appearance include projecting eaves, staggered scoring, and expansive bays of glazing with an elegant geometric mullion configuration. And then we integrated the use of glass and a neutral color palette to, again, help the building blend in with its existing surrounding. Landscaping, of course, has been selected to be compatible with what's there and continue to create the lush feel that you get from the area. You can see on this slide that the building is significantly set back from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, which means it will be minimally visible from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I think the graphic that Mr. Slim showed earlier is helpful in demonstrating that. And then because the building's set so far back, we absolutely avoid any chance of a canyonization effect, which I know has been a topic of discussion. The building's also minimally visible from the 101, particularly northbound, because of the sound wall and the existing landscaping, and is meant to be below the ridge line for views headed southbound. This is a perspective of the existing existing pedestrian pathway, which would serve as the connection to the new lobby of the residential building, connecting, future residents to the commercial, and then also tying into the Civic Arts Plaza next door. So really trying to emphasize the connectivity and walkability of the entire area. You can also see that the exterior of the at-grade portion of the parking structure will be concealed by architectural screening and the robust landscaping. And then here is an image of the pool deck, which I know everyone has seen, that would feature high-quality furnishings to promote recreation and gathering, and then we're still striving to create that park-like aesthetic. Although it's not required to address any sort of impact, and the city doesn't have a policy to this effect, we are very committed as a company to sustainability, and so we have, as part of this project, put together a robust green building package, which we're excited about. So all this said, for the most part, the community has been very supportive of the height, but we do understand there are some in the community that have expressed a concern. So we have diagrammatically created this image to show what the top floor, what the building would look like should we remove the top floor. This is the lakes view that we looked at earlier, followed by the bird's eye view. Again, this is the lobby entryway, and then the pool deck. And we're happy to discuss this in more detail. So just a few closing remarks. We have reached out now to thousands of people in the community. We've met with hundreds of people in the community, and we feel that the project before you has been crafted with their input. We have significant project benefits, which include not only adding the much-needed housing, but helping to contribute to an active and thriving downtown that'll result in a more walkable area. We designed the building around the notion of protecting and preserving the oak trees, which we know is very important to the community. And then we are including a robust community benefits package. In addition to the roughly $80,000 per unit, we're also subject to significant development impact fees in the range of around $5 million. So all in, there's going to be a significant project benefit and community benefits package. We do feel that the design has been responsive to the input that we've heard. And I just want to stress that we are strongly committed to our partnership with the city and the community of Thousand Oaks. We've been here for 25 years. We hope to be here for a very, very long time. And what's in the interest of us is in the interest of the city and vice versa. We plan to work together very closely over the coming years. And that concludes my presentation. I'm sure there are questions. I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. I will start to my right this time first. So, Vice Chair Newman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Robertson, for your presentation. I promised I would follow up with you about asking about airspace. Why do you need rights 100 feet if the building will be 65 feet or 75 feet tall?
I think Mr. Hayher answered it spot on. We just need that additional flexibility for projections. There's definitely no bait and switch going on. We have no intention of going above and beyond the height that's allowed by the specific plan.
So in the example I cited before, the builder who did this thing by right named their building the Air Rights Building as a sort of thumb in the eye to the community. Can you commit that that's not what your intent is with this design?
We can absolutely commit to that. And I think also, we have to go through, once we go through design, we'll be working to make sure that the plans that we file with the city are in conformance with what the commission and council ultimately approve. And that would not be in conformance.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Regarding the, I guess you wouldn't call them air rights, but that parcel goes below ground as well. Those of us who are old enough to remember the original lakes discussion, remember there was no discussion of going below ground at the time. This is 2000 to 2004 timeframe, because there is a high water table below that property. Has something changed in the interim where it's now okay to go lower than ground level and possibly 50 feet down?
Well, to clarify, we don't plan to go 50 feet below. That was a bit of a buffer. The current design only contemplates a partial level of subterranean parking, so I think we're extending roughly around maybe 13 feet. We did do boring testing. We did not encounter groundwater levels that high, so we're confident that it won't be an issue here. I think also the groundwater levels fluctuate depending where you're at on the site.
They do fluctuate, which is why I'm asking if something has changed, because there was no consideration at all of going below ground at any level the last time around. So it's not that things may have changed in the interim, but you're saying for the levels that are envisioned here, there's no interference with the groundwater.
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding the statement you made that Caruso is committed to sustainability, I have a couple of questions around that. One is not your fault at all. The current building codes have some weasel words in them around EV chargers. Basically, they say buildings need to be EV ready. They don't actually require chargers, and they don't state how chargebacks work. I don't particularly personally think it's fair to Caruso as the owner or whomever as the owner to pay residents or renters EV car electric bills any more than I would just expect you to pay their gasoline bills. But my question around this is, how is the actual charger infrastructure, not just the wiring to get there, but how many chargers are we looking at? And can there be infrastructure in place for chargebacks to be done to the residents?
The answer is absolutely. We understand that the code requires 10% of the spaces. We're going way above and beyond that. We're committed to 50% of the covered garage spaces being EV ready, and then actually installing infrastructure for 25 of those. That being said, if there's a need for more, we will install them. We have EV chargers, I think now at most of our properties, or in the process of installing them. We know that there's a market for them, and that's what we're all about, is meeting our tenants and our guests where they're at.
And just to be clear, when we say EV ready, we mean the charger, not the wiring to put a charger in at some future date.
EV ready is the infrastructure, so the installation would be for 25. Again,
Chargers?
Yes.
Okay. And how will that work with regard to who's paying for the electricity flowing through those chargers?
That'll be determined as we move forward in the process.
Okay. I can't imagine this is the only place where that question will come up. Similarly, the city has a policy of not only meeting but exceeding upcoming green building standards. And the state's building codes are due for revision next year. I understand that you met with an environmental group in the city and committed to do some things but not all things that are likely to be in the next revision of the building codes. How's it going to work if building is done today, and then there are new building codes next year that may require retrofits.
So I understand that there will be consideration of green building update, I think at the end of 2022, if I'm right, that would go into effect in January 2023. We would like to move into design and construction as soon as possible. So if we're successful in that, we would be subject to the existing green building code. We are going above and beyond that. We're, including a lot of things that are not currently required. The building is not 100% electric, but aside from that, I think the environmental organization that you're referring to, we've met all of their requests aside from that. I can highlight a few things. We are providing bicycle parking, which is not required. Part of those bicycle parking spaces will be for e-bikes, so electric.
I'm sorry, I thought bicycle parking is required in new structures in the city.
Our understanding is it's recommended.
Okay, it may be a guideline, I'm not certain.
Some other things that we can highlight is we are installing solar panels. The code only requires solar panel ready, so we are actually planning to install those on the building in addition to the parking canopy. We are including battery storage. We're including heat pumps for heating and cooling throughout the building, which again is above and beyond what the code requires. Incorporating reflective roof membranes, in addition to countless other items.
And the ranges in the heating, will that be gas or electric?
The stove will be gas, yes.
And the heating for the building?
We'll include heat pumps and electric. It'll be electric. And
Electric heating.
Yes, and we'll be using solar power to help offset some of that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Newman. Now we'll move along to Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Chair Buss. And thank you, Ms. Robertson, for your presentation. How many units could potentially be lost if that 7th floor, or I guess technically it's the 6th floor, is removed?
So there's about 30 units on an average floor plan. We would determine the exact number of units that would be lost and the bedroom breakdown should the commission think that that's a valid recommendation to pursue, and figure that out as we move forward in the design process.
Understood. And then the only other question I had was with regard to the surface parking and how each would be restricted, residential versus commercial. The plan set looks like the allocation is a little bit different than what was in Mr. Slim's presentation, so it made a little bit more sense in the actual construction drawings than it did in the presentation. But it looks like there's two motor courts, or more or less it would be isolated, as opposed to the there was at least half an aisle or a bay of parking on one side that was not restricted. The majority of the residential parking spaces would be secured either underneath the building or in one of two motor courts. There are a small number of parking spaces that are not located within any of those areas, and those would be open, but they would be governed by signage. Okay. And I assume that all the parking stalls are going to be painted green?
Painted green?
I noticed that as a Caruso-affiliated preference.
Got it.
For the promenade, if you look anywhere in the city, they're green.
Okay.
Oddly enough.
I haven't noticed that, but
Just throwing that out there. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Okay, so I got a couple of questions. Number one, I didn't see any designations for square footage on the units and stuff. Is that stuff that's still to be determined at this point, or?
the building design is still, conceptual.
That's super in flux at this point?
It'll be refined as we move forward in the process.
Okay,
yes.
so I saw the very specific designations for the balconies, but then not on the 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, so I was just kind of confused. You seem to have a firm idea or not a very firm idea at this point as to what you're up to?
We have a general idea on the average sizes.
Yeah, because I was just curious. So these are, the one bedrooms, or are they studio, or now there's a new term. Somebody refresh my
Yeah,
memory.
and again, this is highly conceptual, given that the building, we haven't moved into design yet.
Oh, okay. Well, if
but
you haven't
on-
moved into design, I'm good. I don't need to ask further on that. My next question will be the airspace concept. So explain this to me. Is this necessary for commercial financing, for design, for build financing? Is that what it's all about?
That's exactly right.
Okay, that's what I thought it was all about, but I just wanted to make sure. Then, as far as the division between the commercial property and the residential property, as far as the parking goes, is there going to be a physical barrier between those parking areas?
No, there will be no physical barrier other than the gated motor courts. You'll be able to flow freely across, and we'll have an REA to share the parking spaces and the access.
So, the gated motor courts, that's the subterranean parking you're talking about?
No, those are the motor courts that sort of extend along the two wings of the building.
Okay, those two. Okay, I know what we're talking about now. Okay, perfect. All right. Then just a quick question. I saw a lot of comments from a lot of people in support of this talking about workforce housing, but we're talking about all of these units are going to be market rate. Has there been any consideration of moderate to low income units being allocated with this development?
So we're not requesting a density bonus. The Measure E allocation that we have from City Council is for 225 units, which is way below what we're proposing. With the density bonus, we could do over 300 units. So we're not required to do any affordable housing. What we ended up doing was negotiating with the city to provide a substantial community benefits package that would put the decision-making in the hands of the city, so it can direct it towards any number of priorities that it has at the time. Could be affordable housing, could be homeless issues.
The reason I'm asking is because historically, if you're familiar with the city of Thousand Oaks, all of our neighborhoods have parks and schools in them, and the developer allocated the land for those in exchange for the development. In this situation, you're giving us cash, but one of the things that's going to happen is that along the boulevard, we don't have a lot of park space. And the city will have to acquire land to create park space for new residents that come into town. So I'm just asking this because, you know, these are the things that I consider.
Right. We are planning to maintain the existing park, which is a 2.5-acre space, and additionally will be subject to development impact fees to cover park costs.
Correct. All right. And then, so you just haven't considered adding any affordable?
It's ultimately considered as part of the community benefits package that's before you tonight.
Okay, so you've decided the cash allocation is, and is that the cash that's being handed out, $79,000 per unit?
Correct.
Okay, and that's over 40 years.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, and then I had another question in following up on Mr. Newman's question. There is a flood control channel underground along the front side of that property. I am not exactly clear where it is, but in accessing and digging, you guys are aware that exists there, right?
We are well aware of all the easements on our property, and we've been working with the city to address all of them.
Okay, so this makes sense to you, because if we're asking for 50 feet below in front of that commercial property, I believe that entails part of that flood control channel.
We'd
And
have
for
to
those
take
of
a
you at
look at
home,
that.
if you want to look at pictures of Thousand Oaks Boulevard in the 60s, you can see it was a river at times. Okay, so you're aware of that, though?
Yes.
All right, then I will move along to Commissioner McMahon.
Hello. Originally, when this project was built, one of the benefits that was touted was the extra parking for the Civic Arts Plaza. And what I'm seeing here is that parking near the walkway is being taken away. And so I've been thinking about that, and there are 3 reasons why people park here as opposed to the structure. 1 would be they don't want to pay. 2 would be that they don't want to be involved in a bottleneck at the end of a performance. But the 3rd one is they want to park at the lakes, they want to have a meal at the lakes, and then walk over to a performance. And so by removing this parking, I think you're doing a disservice to the public and a disservice to your restaurant tenants. And so I'm concerned that I'm just concerned that we're removing that parking, and I don't like that right now. I think there should be a way to change the footprint so that we retain some more parking near that walkway. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so we are not only meeting the requirements of the specific plan, but exceeding them. As part of our conversations with the city, we are committed to continuing to allow the city to use some of our parking spaces during events and vice versa. We have engaged significantly with our tenants, and they're very excited about the addition of the residential and are very well aware of the outline of the parking. So we're confident that we have enough parking and can work with the city in partnership should a parking issue ever arise.
Okay, and then also concerned about the walkway from the building that leads to the lakes, and I think that's great. You capture all the residents, they're going straight to the retail and the commercial there. But I do know that habits of people when they're walking, they want to go the direct route. And once they hit the lakes, if they wanted to go to Teo Boulevard, it's a meandering path. And so I'm concerned that they will cut through the Lakes Drive, cut through where the loading area is behind Lassen's. And I'm wondering if you would consider putting a sidewalk along the Lakes Drive so that we avoid negative interactions between pedestrians and cars.
Well, we've taken a long, hard look at the connectivity and feel like we do have adequate access to Thousand Oaks Boulevard and the surrounding Civic Arts Plaza building. There are oak trees up and down Lakes Drive, which we would not want to interfere with by putting a sidewalk there. If we do run into issues where people are meandering across the surface parking lot in unsafe ways, we can absolutely address that from an operational perspective.
And how would you do that?
We'd have to see what the problem is, work with our on-site managers and tenants and see what we can come up with in partnership with the city.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Lanson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Buss. I'll be the fifth commissioner to thank you, Mr. Robertson, for your presentation. I actually went out to the project on Saturday and was standing where the building would be. I just want to make sure I'm clear. The pool would be between the building and the freeway, correct?
Correct.
So that
it
would
would basically be at the level of the existing access road.
I was interesting, Commissioner McMahon pointed out, while I was sitting there, every single car parked there was for the next door Civic Arts Plaza performance, which was great and yet horrible because it meant nobody was actually going to that center at that point in time. I did notice by virtue of standing there, there was a noise issue. For people at the pool, is there any way to mitigate that noise?
So the existing sound wall is meant to mitigate a lot of that noise. We also have the significant landscaping that currently exists behind, and then we'll be adding additional landscaping. So we feel that the noise will be addressed.
Okay. I had a lot of the questions are already answered, so I'm going to ask you the typical ones that I make sure of. Are you applicant in agreement with all the rest of the conditions that are in the package that we received?
We are.
And I know you made reference to the lowering the height to 65 feet. Is that something that if we talked about would be agreeable with the applicant?
It is.
I think that's all I have, Chair Buss.
All right. Thank you very much. You may be seated. We're going to open it up to public comments now. So we have a significant number of public speakers this evening. We are at 33, including in-person and remote. So what I'm going to try to do is knock out all of the in-person, then we'll take a break, and then we'll do the remote speakers. So if you are on Zoom right now, know that we're going to take a break before we get to you. But I will go ahead and start now with the cards I have in my hand. Our first public speaker will be Gary Raymond, followed by Darrell Lafferty. So Gary Raymond, if you'd like to come down, you will have 2 minutes at this point because we have 33 speakers, and so I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. It's on. I just left it on at this point.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
It says 3 there. Okay. Because I've been a resident here since 1980. By the way, I want to thank everyone for their efforts. So I've been a resident here since 1981. I don't want to lose the semi-rural feel that we have in Thousand Oaks. I have a proposal I call the Mountain Ridge Line Rule that would like to see included in the general plan regarding all new buildings that are built in Thousand Oaks. It states that if you are On Thousand Oaks Boulevard, you should not have any new buildings block your ability to see the tops of the nearby mountains. The only exception would be one-story buildings because there's no way to get around that. But higher buildings could be moved in the back. And an example of what could have been done was Lupe's, where they did 3 stories all the way, where if they'd done one in the front, the 3 stories in the back would have been fine because they're far away. This is relevant to what we're talking about here. And actually tonight, seeing the layout of the building, even if we came down 6 stories, the section that comes forward facing the freeway on the right really needs to be 1 or 2 stories lower, because as it gets closer to you, it blocks your view more, whereas the building's in the back. So that's something we should address. And I do feel it's appropriate to use the story poles for this kind of thing. Let's see. Okay. Oh, dear. Anyway, well, I haven't got much time. But anyway, the Mountain Ridgeline rule doesn't restrict development of the property. It simply directs where it is placed. So it's no more restrictive than a setback or anything else. We really should incorporate it. This is going to set a really dangerous precedent going even 5 stories. And I know the state's mandating housing, but we need to maintain the look of the city, and building something that is appreciably higher in apartments, which has never existed, I think is a really bad thing. The other thing other people I'm sure will address is the traffic, which is going to increase dramatically. So, but anyway, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, and after Daryl Lafferty will be Lisa Spiteri. So, Daryl, you have the floor.
My name is Daryl Lafferty, and I live in the mobile home park across the street. I've lived in TO since 1961 and raised my 5 kids here. We have a beautiful city here, and I do believe that most of the city's development over the years has been done with very good planning and execution. The property at the lakes, it seems to me, is begging for development to its highest and best use. And I think that's what everybody's aiming toward here. And I think that we've accepted the fact that we will be building a new building here to fulfill the housing quotas and for those who cannot afford the price of a new home. So that's a good thing too. However, the main concern for me is 165 rooms, and I know some of this we've covered in your earlier testimony. 165 rooms and an average of 1.5 tenants per room. We're talking about 300 persons with at least 1 car each. That's a large new population increase to a small area on the lake's back parking lot overlooking our mobile home park, basically. The effect on traffic, pollution, and so on can only be imagined, and we always accept whatever that is when we get something like this. Most businesses at the lakes have done very poorly, and perhaps a few more people in the area will help the businesses remain solvent. It would be nice to see a coffee shop be able to stay open longer than 6 months here. I think we've had 3 of them so far since it began. Looking around the city, there are some new apartment buildings such as the Conejo School Road and the one currently under construction on Teal Boulevard across the street from the Tarantula Hill Brewery. Heights maintained on those projects are at around 35 feet, as was originally envisioned by the city's master plan. The height comparison that you've made to the Civic Arts Building is a little bit misleading and sort of illogical, and instead I think should be compared to those other apartment buildings in the surrounding area, such as the one that I mentioned above, and not to an industrial building like the Civic Arts Plaza.
Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, one more thing?
Nah, we're out of time. I gotta let everybody talk, sir.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, you bet. Thank you.
All right, so after Lisa Spiteri is Mike Dutra.
Hi there, my name is Lisa Spiteri. I've lived in the Conejo Valley for 35 years. I've raised my children here and I love this city. I'm here to tell you that I live across the street right by the mobile home parks in Camelot. I own a condo there. And I oppose this project because this building, the size of this building and the height of this building just doesn't seem to fit into this community, into our city. And I am very concerned about traffic. And one of the things that I'm so puzzled about is why are we not building more condominiums and or townhomes in the city? There are a lot of single people here who would love to get into the real estate market. And there are young couples, kids that have been raised here that still live here, and who can start off with their first home, at the prices of houses, single-family homes in Thousand Oaks. So that's my question. I think that people who own homes really plant roots in the city, and that creates more of our community versus renters who come and go. They're more of transient, I think. Those are just my thoughts. I would love to see condos and townhomes built for people here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and after Mike Dutro will be Joyce Goodwin.
Good evening. My name is Mike Dutra, and I'm a resident of Newbury Park, and I'm also a business owner in Westlake Village. One of the things that we looked at before COVID was actually moving our business to Camarillo because of the lack of people to work in our industry. I'm also on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Conejo Chamber of Commerce. And this is a topic that's brought up a lot with our members, the lack of people to come and work. And especially with biotech now coming into our area, we need more housing for these people. And being selfish, I would love to have my kids move back here, but there's no place for them to move to. The development at the lakes would be awesome for the younger people. They like to work from home now. They like to walk and go to different places. So I'm really in favor of this project, not only for younger people being able to move into our community, but also helping out the businesses in our community. And for myself, when I'm viewing these renderings, I drive by this place every day going from Westlake to Newbury Park. And the only thing I'm looking at is for that highway patrol guy that's on the 23. That's the only thing I'm looking at, right? It doesn't matter. I'm not looking at the buildings or whatnot. So the views to me, while important, are not, it wouldn't defer me to building this site for helping our community. Thank you.
We're all familiar with that cutout along the sound wall. All right, after Ms. Goodwin will be Ron Siegel. Joyce, are you here? I think we lost Joyce. All right, so after Ron Siegel will be Carolyn Guillot.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ron Siegel. I'm a 48-year resident of Thousand Oaks, Conejo Valley. When they built this facility, I don't think there's been, in the years that I've been here, anything that caused more consternation than building the Civic Center, Civic Arts Center, and the lakes. The issue of the lakes was, I think, the driving force that made this a reality. We were promised, as Commissioner Buss mentioned, a discovery center, a parking structure, and a cinema, which failed to materialize. Also, the cash flow, the participation cash flow, never materialized either. So I do have concerns about the ability. I mean, Caruso, they have a great reputation. They make fabulous centers, and they're community-oriented. But I think when the deal was made between the City Council back in 2004, I think there was a lot of mistakes that were made. So I read in the paper that, and I don't quite understand the finances that are involved in this project, and I know that we talked about I guess that you're not taking up the appraisal or the value. However, I was just reading the grand jury report, and one of the findings was, or one of the, it said that the developer has the option to purchase the site at any time, at least from the agency. At the time, it was a redevelopment agency. At a price equal to the, it says, at a price equal to the greater of the fair market value at the highest and best use, or $2 million. So my question is how is this going to be valued, and what will be the financial benefit to the city? And it was mentioned that that in the years coming with inflation, that'll be adjusted. But what is going to be the final financial benefit to the city, and what is the valuation of this property?
Thank you very much, sir. And after Carolyn will be Suzanne Duckett. Is Carolyn here? You're Carolyn? All right.
My name is Carolyn Gio. I live in Thousand Oaks. I really liked this memo prepared by past planning commissioners and sent to City Council. I wonder if you all read it. I guess the main writer was Mick Ferris. Hope you liked it and can tell me why you didn't abide by it. I grew up in Santa Monica and spent most of my life there. I moved away in 2006 because it was too densely populated and crime-ridden. I was robbed, and it became too difficult to drive on the streets. I saw my beautiful city change before my eyes. I bring this up because I see the same path here. It starts with one tall building downtown, and then other developers want the same height and density. The Caruso proposal for the lakes is that first tall building proposed for Thousand Oaks. Others will soon follow. Not only does traffic become unbearable, taking in Santa Monica 1 to 2 hours to get to the local freeway, unless you leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but parking is impossible. Also, crime increases. On May 31, 2020, the upscale Santa Monica Promenade was devastated by riots, looting, and a rise in the use of deadly weapons. There is no need to have a 7-story, 75-foot-high building in Thousand Oaks. Even the tentative land use map approved by the council in May includes allowance for up to 58 feet at the lakes. That was written about in the Acorn here.
Carolyn? We're out of time. Thank you. After Suzanne will be Catherine Nolan.
Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. Obviously, this group never talked to the speakers up here so far. So I don't know where they got the people that thought that this project was going to be great. Probably most of us think it's going to smell. And because the previous speaker, I cannot thank her enough for telling you about Santa Monica. We also moved here, my family also moved here from Santa Monica. I never go back there. It's the worst. So, I want to know where all of these solar panels are going to be located on this building. I want a lot of solar panels. I want a lot of water solar panels. Okay? I want an air filter machine because that freeway is dirty and unhealthy. for people to live next to. The sound wall is not going to do anything. So they're going to have some kind of sound thing in that building to mitigate the sound. And I want water recycling. I want a water recycling project to go on. We need to be forward thinking. And I want to know where they're going to put all this. That building has to be lowered, maximum 5 stories. It's precedent setting. And Mr. Rick Caruso is so concerned about this project, he's not even here. And I want you to go to the Pacific Palisades to see that horrendous project that he put in Pacific Palisades. It's terrible.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And after Catherine will be Paula Glauner.
Hello. My name is Catherine Nolan. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm here to speak against the proposal. It's my understanding that this deal doesn't benefit the city or the residents. It doesn't make any sense financially. $2 million over many years doesn't make any sense. $13 to $15 million in community benefits over 49 years doesn't make any sense. There'll be a lot more strain on the city. We'll have to spend money on traffic. We'll have to spend money on other improvements. We'll have to install, I think it was Chair Buss who said that we would have to install another park. It just financially, this project doesn't make any sense. And it seems like it stems from a bad deal that was made with the Caruso Company back in 2004. I don't understand why we would do another deal following that bad deal. We're already, in bad shape with that deal that was made then. Why make another deal with the same developer who took advantage of the city in 2004? If anything, if we want more housing units, then don't work with Caruso, work with somebody else. And also, why not put this to a vote by the public? The public should have a chance to know what's going on. I understand the representative of Caruso said that they contacted people within 150 feet of the proposed development. 1,500 feet, that's like a quarter of a mile. What about all the rest of the residents of Thousand Oaks? Shouldn't they have a chance to give their opinion about what this proposal is? How about we put it to a vote and let everybody have a voice? There was a post on Nextdoor just the other day that has almost 200 comments just in a couple days about this project. So obviously there's a lot of interest from the public in what's going on, and there are many questions unanswered by the developer. I heard a lot of things being asked that were not answered. Let's put it to a vote. And also the thing that I saw in that post on Nextdoor is a lot of people are interested in affordable housing. This project doesn't seem to be in a good response to affordable housing. Let's look at all of our options and let the public in on it, and not just have this decision be made here with a few people. Thank you.
Thank you. After Paula Glauner will be Nancy Jasic. And then we'll take a break.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Paula Glauner. I live in Thousand Oaks. I live in Camelot. I was actually born in the area, and our family moved away. I worked very, very hard to get back to this area because I love the rural feel of the community. I came, prior to moving here to Thousand Oaks, I came from the Valley. And I feel like the Valley is following me, almost like an abusive relationship with this proposal. I oppose it, and I'm curious, for the people who are in favor of it, how many of those people live here? How many people who want this to happen, is this their backyard? Because those of us who live here, we're going to see a different effect than those of you who don't live here. When I first moved to this area about 10 years ago, there was a family who was crossing Thousand Oaks Boulevard over by Tire Man who got hit because the traffic already at that time was so terrible. There's no light there. It's a crosswalk. That's only going to get worse because, as far as I know, there's no proposal to have a stoplight there. If the Caruso company is really concerned about our community, then maybe we should talk about how it's going to be, might be beneficial to work with the community to allow businesses to be at the lakes. I understand they're not making any money. There are a lot of vacancies there. But if it was more reasonable to run a business there, there would be more income. That would benefit the community. But I don't hear any talk about that. I'm a small business owner. That might be something I might be interested in. But I don't see that happening. And I feel like this is a really bad idea. And again, this is my backyard. This is their backyard. And that's our concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And, yes.
My name's Nancy Jasic. I've lived here 43 years, raised my family too. And I've seen Thousand Oaks more than double since I moved here. The traffic at the traffic peak times is bad. I think that it's not smart to put all that in this area because it will make Thousand Oaks Boulevard a nightmare. When the project was fully moving along and very well attended, there was not enough parking, and there will not be enough parking if this is added. It's way too high. I don't recall quite when IBM left this town because the city of Thousand Oaks would not allow them to put a third-story building for their corporate office, which would have given us a lot more taxes from them and also a lot more employment in this area, which had potential to continue growing, but they left. I think the building is too high for sure. How tall is this building? 4 stories? And it was an eyesore when it went in. It's not a building that I think we should replicate or even try to fit with because it's not very pretty. We have blackouts a lot around here now, which we never used to. So where is the electricity going to come from to fund this and keep it moving and have all these EV plugs to go in? The parking, like I say, was not adequate. Willow Lane has blinding lights if you're heading on the freeway towards Hampshire Road. I came on it tonight, and I was blinded by lights up there, and there were only a few cars, which is not a lot of traffic right now, never has been, but will be. And it'll have to have some sort of a protection for the people on the freeway that are going to be blinded by those lights heading towards them.
Thank you, Nancy.
The high water table is serious because we had a lot of water before.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a break here. I'd like to give everybody 10 minutes. Does that sound good? We can restart at 8:34. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order as soon as I find Commissioner Link. Oh. All right, thank you, everyone. We will now reconvene and move on to our online public commenters. I want to read off the next three in sequence, and we'll start out. We've got Scott Patterson, Karen Martin, and Mary Thomas. Scott Patterson, you have the floor.
Chair, Scott Patterson and Mary Thomas are not here. Karen Martin is present.
All right, we will move on to Karen Martin. After that will be Adam Haverstock and Baruz Kuklan. Karen Martin, you have the floor. Karen? I don't think we have Karen. Oh, there we are. Karen, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
How are you? I have 2 minutes. Well, that's awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It's difficult to know what. Oh, okay, we got some kind of delay going on. It's difficult to know whatever transpires this evening. The project will go forward as they all do. That makes it seem odd. We have to give incentives to developers to build in our city. It's a gem. The TO project, the 299, is given free wastewater for 142 units for at least 2 years and possibly more. Then you require homeowners to prepay wastewater charges with their property taxes to save money on mailings, and rates will still be going up. No mitigation is ever required for traffic, ever. Thousand Oaks is some kind of geographical oddity. They keep adding residents, but there's no additional traffic. Well, we aren't really sure because there's never a need to do a traffic study anywhere. Los Robles, heliport enlargement? Nope. Not on Lynn. That's the road you take to the hospital. Could I ask why they need all that parking if everybody's going to walk? I'm not against growth, but let's evaluate what's being proposed tonight. Our tenant, a billionaire real estate attorney, has occupied a retail space for almost 20 years without paying rent and has been unable to show a profit. Now you're proposing we allow him not only to build a structure that it doesn't fit the profile of the city, but give him a sweet deal on the land because the last deal you made with him was so bad. What could go wrong? Who's the winner here? It's not the majority of the Thousand Oaks residents. We moved here to get away from the city. You are chipping away at our quality of life for what? A little bit of money.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. All right, so our next three speakers are Adam Haverstock, Baruz Kuklan, and Clint Foltz. Next up is Adam Haverstock. Adam?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss and Planning Commissioners. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I am here tonight to speak in support of this item to recommend to the City Council the approval of the development application to build workforce housing at the lakes. California is in a housing crisis. The housing crisis was declared by the state legislature and the governor in Senate Bill 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. According to the legislature in SB 330, in 2018, California ranked 49th out of 50 states in housing units per capita. 49th out of 50 states in housing units per capita. California needs an estimated 180,000 additional homes each year to keep up with population growth. And the governor has called for 3.5 million new homes to be built over the next 7 years. The housing crisis has been exacerbated by the additional loss of units due to wildfires in 2017 and 18, with impacts in all regions across the state. The Carr Fire in 2017 alone burned over 1,000 homes, and over 50,000 people have been displaced by the Camp Fire and Woolsey Fire in 2018. This temporary and permanent displacement has placed additional demand on the housing market and has resulted in fewer housing units available for rent by low-income individuals. Let's talk about the impact locally. The Southern California Association of Governments have mandated that Thousand Oaks construct 2,621 housing units to meet its share of the regional housing needs assessment during the next 8-year housing cycle. This project at the Lakes will go a long way toward meeting the legal mandate the city has to build housing. Caruso has made significant concessions to make this project one that will work for them and also for the city of Thousand Oaks. They have a stellar reputation for producing beautiful, high-quality projects. Please recommend approval of this project to the Thousand Oaks City Council. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Haverstock. I didn't get your city of residence, though. Did we lose them? All right, we'll move along. The next three speakers will be Baruz Kuklan, Clint Foltz, and Craig Burns. Baruz, if you're available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Baruz Kuklan. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm here to speak in favor of the new Lakes project. My family and I have lived here for 27 years. We frequently visit Caruso's properties, especially the lakes, because we live just up the street from there. We love to come here and enjoy the beautiful scenery and have a nice meal together. The city has been working for a very long time to create a more vibrant Westlake, walkable and thriving downtown, while also preserving the open space that is so important to us in the Thousand Oaks community. This project will help the city to accomplish that goal and bring much needed residential units to the heart of the civic center. While we know we need more housing, the question is, how do we add it? We need to build units where they make sense along T.O. Boulevard and in proximity to services, transportation, bike lanes, and within walking distance to shopping and recreational opportunities. Caruso has been part of this community for the last 25 years. I'm sorry, and it is the right person to build this project. We know him, and we know that we can trust him to make this project beautiful. I respectfully request that the commission support this project and look forward to seeing a new day for the lakes and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speakers in order are Clint Foltz, Craig Burns, and Daniela Borja. Clint Foltz, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss and Commissioners. My name is Clint Foltz, and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident. I'll keep my comments brief this evening, as other members of the Conejo Climate Coalition will be covering what I feel is important. Personally, I was pleased to hear about the many forward-thinking and sustainable features of this project when we met with the Caruso Group, and I'd like to thank them for meeting with us. However, there's one area that didn't make sense given the reality of the climate crisis. Burning gas or other fossil fuels for heating, cooking, and water heating contributes about 10% of total greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S., generating 560 million tons of carbon dioxide each year. In California, energy use in buildings accounts for a quarter of the state's greenhouse gas emissions. It makes sense to electrify everything now, as retrofitting later will be costly. Who will pay for these retrofits in the future? The tenants? The city? At minimum, the infrastructure for electrification should be included now. We have the opportunity to electrify new buildings now and save on costly retrofits in the future. It seems that the city is getting a little bit of the short end of the stick on this deal, and we should require community benefits that take into account the realities of the climate crisis. We need to future-proof our community, not just continue down the same path we've been on. If the Caruso project can deliver on its promises, along with an all-electric building, that could go a long way to benefit the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, our next speakers in order are Craig Burns, Danielle Borja, and Diane McKay. Craig Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1978. I've seen lots of changes here. old businesses like Thousand Oaks Stationers were replaced by Office Depot. Thousand Oaks Hardware was replaced by Builders Emporium. Carlson All Appliance was replaced by Circuit City. I guess my point is you cannot avoid change and growth. When I came to this little valley, raised my family here, I came from the San Fernando Valley. It was maybe 100,000 people, something like that. But it's growing, and we cannot avoid it. This particular project falls, if my understanding is correct, falls under the Civic Arts specific plan and not the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, which allows for taller buildings. Furthermore, this project is screened by existing buildings and lots of trees. There's nothing wrong with this project. There's nothing wrong with the progress that this project brings. We live in the 21st century. Change is inevitable. I agree with Adam, who spoke earlier, who said we need to add housing units or the state of California will mandate them for us. And I believe that the benefits far outweigh the objections to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next three speakers are Danielle Borja, Diane McKay, and Faith Grant. Danielle Borja, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss and Planning Commissioners. My name is Danielle Borja, Thousand Oaks resident and President and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking this evening on behalf of our Board of Directors in strong support of the proposed residential project at the lakes. Caruso has an outstanding track record of building and managing quality projects in Thousand Oaks, and this project will not be any different. This is an opportunity to provide housing in the future downtown area that will be attractive to our young professionals who are seeking a more walkable lifestyle, especially among our biotech industry. Imagine the convenience of walking across the parking lot for your groceries, walking next door to enjoy a show at the Civic Arts Plaza, and a number of dining options in close proximity on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. When we talk about height, it's important to consider the placement of this project on the site. It's literally tucked into a corner of the property with height that pales in comparison to the Civic Arts Plaza. This project will not block any scenic views that we all enjoy. It's the ideal location for a horizontal mixed-use project that will provide economic benefit for current and future tenants at the lakes while benefiting other surrounding local businesses on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And our major employers agree. I would like to close with a statement from Los Robles Health System. As one of the largest employers in the Conejo Valley, Los Robles Health System is a desired destination for healthcare professionals. With a new and growing residency program, as well as our entire professional staff, the need for affordable, sustainable, multifamily housing remains top of mind, and an increasing need to attract the best talent in a competitive climate. The development of a multi-residential community which encourages local foot traffic and economic growth is a win-win proposal for Los Robles Health System and the communities that we serve. Our chamber urges the Planning Commission to support the project that will provide quality housing that our business community desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next three speakers are Diane McKay, Faith Grant, and Tim Hagel. Diane McKay, you have the floor. Diane, you still with us?
I'm trying to unmute.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. My name is Diane McKay, and I have lived here most of my life in Thousand Oaks. I'm also your elected community college trustee. We can't keep saying no. I've lived here since about 90 to 100,000 people ago. I was raised here, and I raised my 4 kids here. Prices keep going up because we never want to build anything once we have our own house, our own place to live, our own view. Imagine if we felt that way in 1972 or 1980 or 85. I appreciate any new housing because we have made it too hard. That is why this is too expensive to live here. It's supply and demand. Let's add some beautiful housing to the supply. Not everyone wants to buy. In fact, many of the new developments are rental only. I'm guessing these world-class developers have done their homework on that. We need all levels of workers in this area, and they need places to live. The only reason the Lakes didn't succeed as it should have, as Caruso normally does, is it was made impossible back then. In both my day job and my elected job as a community college trustee, I know our economic drivers, the business owners, big and small, need labor force for their businesses. And at the risk of repeating myself, the labor force needs places to live. As for developer fees, I ask you only to look at our still beautiful high schools 20 years later, the stadiums, to show what developer fees can do when we work together. Let's work together, find a way to, yes, add to needed housing. Thank you for your vision in considering this. Good night.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Faith Grant, Tim Hagel, and Jackson Piper. Faith Grant, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss and Commissioners. My name is Faith Grant, and I live in Westlake Village. I want to thank and acknowledge the outreach by the Caruso Lakes project team that resulted in 3 meetings with the Conejo Climate Coalition. These meetings were documented and shared in a November 12th letter to Director Parker and Planning Commission. To summarize the letter, extensive information was provided by CCC to Caruso on environmentally conscious recommendations for new building construction. At a November 11th meeting, the Caruso team verbally provided more details about their proposed sustainable building features, including electric vehicle infrastructure, solar panels and batteries, heat pumps, cool roofs, and more. This was all very encouraging, but unfortunately, none of these features are in writing at the time of the Planning Commission review. Without written documentation, CCC is unable to support the Lakes project at this time. Further, at the just concluded COP26 Global Warming Convention, 200 countries scrambled to define policies that will reduce greenhouse gases over the next 98 months. At the community level, Thousand Oaks has already identified greenhouse gas emissions from transportation and building operations and has a framework in the MND to address these emissions. Yet the Lakes MND fails to acknowledge greenhouse gas emissions generated from building operations and transportation. The community development stated mission is to be stewards of the city's general plan and to assist the community with land development, housing construction, code and compliance, and open space, all of which must be kept in balance with the city's environment and resources. Balance and environment are key words of this mission statement. Our environment is out of balance, and this is an opportunity for the Community Development Department to reduce greenhouse gases in new building projects and fulfill its missions in bringing our environment back in balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Tim Hagel, Jackson Piper, and Karen Wilburn. Tim Hagel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to appreciate everybody's responses here. Just listening to everybody give different approaches means a lot. When I first moved to Thousand Oaks, the population was 3,000. That's not a typo. I've sat right on the streets for 61 years and watched Thousand Oaks grow. The last speaker just mentioned it eloquently. Thousand Oaks has grown in a balanced manner. Caruso has a solid near 3-decade reputation as a responsible community social footprint in Thousand Oaks. These are not newcomers. They are involved and worked with virtually every nonprofit during these near 30 years. You can't go anywhere without seeing the social footprint and the impacts of their philanthropic concerns for everybody in the Conejo Valley. As public service such as fire and police bring new guidelines and requests to Caruso's, it's not antagonistic, it's friendly. They're always there to meet. Past practice is a predictor for future community participation. And as we look at this quantitative and qualitative approach, should we allow housing? We've heard speakers tonight talk about low-height housing, low-income housing, townhomes, condos, affordable housing, now environmental housing, young worker housing. But the fact of the matter is, Thousand Oaks needs 2,600 units in 8 years. I can't think of a better community partnership than our own local Caruso. This is a great project, a gold standard, and a leader in the best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Our next three speakers will be Jackson Piper, Karen Wilburn, and Leela Faz. Jackson Piper, you have the floor.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission and audience members. My name is Jackson Piper. I live in unincorporated Newbury Park. I've lived here for 31 years now. And I think that this project, well, it's not what I want to see everywhere in Thousand Oaks, brings a lot of benefits to the community that we should welcome. I think that the development agreement funding that this will provide will be a benefit to the city in terms of possibly providing other options for affordable housing. And I think that it could be used for other purposes as well, such as provision of park space or improvements to the streets. And I think, well, I would prefer to see a lot more affordable housing going in on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. In this particular location, between the Civic Arts Plaza and the lakes and the other amenities around, I believe that this market rate housing will still be a benefit to the community. People think of hundreds of parking spaces, hundreds of units being a traffic generator. It's really not in the scale of a city. And I think that the 7 stories will not really be a problem. We've seen through the visualizations that it's not going to overwhelm the local topography. So I think, maybe this sets a small precedent for Thousand Oaks, but I think really this is the upper limit and only in this space, and it's not going to be as looming over the city as people fear. I want to address Commissioner McMahon's point from earlier. I think she brought up a very good point that there's the lack of connectivity in this the space between where the housing will be and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And I noted on Google Earth that the lanes in either direction on the Lakes Drive are 15 feet wide, which is far in excess of what is needed. The average car is somewhere.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piper.
7 feet wide. Thank you.
All right. Our next 3 speakers will be Karen Wilburn, Leela Faz, and Max Guinness. So, Karen Wilburn, you have the floor.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Karen Wilburn. I was hoping that my Zoom background would come up. I guess it's not appearing. I'm a resident of Newbury Park and a member of Conejo Valley Advocates for Sensible Planning. The Zoom background that I had shown was out of the mitigated declaration. It was a simulation of building as viewed from the freeway. Unfortunately, there was no similar simulation provided with a view from the parking lot or Thousand Oaks Boulevard. That picture would have been worth 1,000 words. I sat in the parking lot and tried to visualize what a building which extends above the sound wall would look like, and it wasn't pretty. I think that was left out of the mitigation and it should have been included. I'm against this proposal for 3 reasons. 1, although the current specific plan allows for setback building of 75 feet, it does not allow for residential development. In May, the City Council voted to change this to mixed-use medium, which allows for residential, but to a maximum of 58 feet. To begin making exceptions to this limit less than 6 months after the vote is unconscionable and sets a dangerous precedent. I believe tonight Mr. Parker only gave a partial answer to a commissioner's question about the building height. True, the general plan hasn't been approved and the specific plan allows for 75 feet, but since it doesn't allow for residential, and tonight you're considering amending the specific plan to allow for residential, aren't you entitled to consider reducing the specific plan height to 58 feet to follow the spirit of the general plan update, or perhaps even lower? 3, everyone agrees we need more affordable housing. The city has conceded it's done a poor job in the past of requiring inclusionary units. His proposal contains no promise of affordable units. Now is the time for the city to draw a line in the sand. Nothing should be approved, not even 30 units, without the developer providing a reasonable amount of units based on the RHNA numbers.
Thank you very much, Karen.
30 more seconds.
Unfortunately, I've got to give everybody 2 minutes. I
Mr. Cookland, who's a resident of Thousand Oaks, is also a VP at Caruso.
don't have the ability to cut them.
He didn't announce that. Thank you.
Huh? Okay. All right, our next 3 speakers are Leila Foz, Max Guinness, and then Kinsey Flame. Leila Foz, you have the floor.
My name is Leila Foz, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I want to speak in strong support of the proposed apartments, but first let me tell you about myself. I grew up in Thousand Oaks. My family has been here since I was 6, and I moved back to the city recently last year to raise our 2-year-old son, and we bought a home in Thousand Oaks to be near my parents. Since then, we've been enjoying everything this community has to offer a young growing family. Since moving back, I've been struck by how much the city has modernized, particularly through the opening of new coffee shops and eateries. It's actually one of the selling points I used to convince my husband to move here. It's made TO an even more attractive place to live for residents of all ages, and particularly young families who are moving here seeking a slower pace and family-friendly activities while having access to amenities you'd find in most major cities. However, this increased demand has clearly created a shortage of good housing, especially for younger workers, couples, and families with young kids. TO currently lacks well-designed, quality apartment living that's near amenities and services. It's with this in mind that I speak tonight in support of Caruso's project. I have 3 points. First, Caruso is known for its beautifully designed properties, many of which I frequent regularly with my son. It's clear Caruso and his team are well equipped to execute on this in a way that will benefit residents and will preserve the beauty of the city. Second, there will be huge benefits to the local economy. More apartments renting at market rate means more people looking to spend their disposable income at our local businesses, contributing to the city's economic growth. As someone who plans to raise my family here, the idea of adding more money to the economy and supporting the growth of local businesses is incredibly exciting. Third, more apartments means more contributors to our community. I strongly disagree with those arguing that renters are not interested in placing roots or contributing. In fact, many renters are young workers, millennials, and Gen Z, 2 of the most community-minded generations our country's ever seen if you look at the data. They're generations that care about others in their communities, and frankly, I'm incredibly excited to see an influx of younger folks, working folks ready to add to the fabric of our city. I have no
Thank you
doubt
very
that this
much.
project. Thank you.
All right, our next 3 speakers are Max Guinness, Kinsey Flame, and then Roseanne Witt. Max Guinness, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioners. I live in Oxnard, by the way. My name's Max Guinness, and I'm on behalf of Ventura County YIMBY. I'm extremely excited about this project. I think this really sets the bar for the kind of housing that we need all across Ventura County, including in Thousand Oaks. It's going to create walkable, sustainable neighborhoods, really dynamic economies for our businesses, which are still struggling in the wake of the pandemic. And as the previous speaker noted, I think we need a lot more rental housing. I also completely reject the premise that other speakers have made that as a lifelong renter, I mean, they're talking about me basically, that I don't contribute to the community or have roots in it. Obviously, I care about it enough to speak with you today, and I know many of my fellow renters do as well. I also want to address the environmental concerns from some of my legitimate, like real-world friends in the Conejo Climate Coalition. I think they mean well that we need to do as much as we can for the climate. It's an urgent problem. But compared to the vast majority of housing that's produced and allowed in Thousand Oaks, single-family homes are detached, they produce sprawl, they increase vehicle miles traveled, and they have much higher construction emissions because they have many more walls that need to be produced. Yes, this building is not fully electrified, but compared to the status quo, it is a major improvement in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. Some people have also talked about removing a story, and I think it's really easy to tell a developer to lop off a story. What I hope would be harder is telling dozens of families that they don't belong here. Imagine the 165 families who are in the audience today in this project. Would you tell them that they don't belong, or would you tell 20 to leave? Or imagine the 20 families you know best in Thousand Oaks, and imagine that they couldn't live here because their predecessors wouldn't let them. I urge you not to be those kind of predecessors. Let's be the inclusive kind of decision makers and planners that our community needs, especially for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next three speakers are Kinsey Flame, Roseanne Witt, and Rosanna Guerra. Kinsey Flame, you have the floor.
Good evening, Planning Commission, City Council, and community members. My name is Kinsey Flame. My husband and I, with our two children, Liberty and Patriot, live in Newbury Park. We own two businesses.
Patriot is her son's name.
Yes, it is. We own two businesses in the area that highly depend on families being able to live and move into our area. Moms of Conejo Valley has over 23,000 members, and every single day we have multiple posts from our members in search of apartments each day. The Caruso Properties Behind the Lakes is a well thought out project, being careful to pay attention to sightlines, parking, and impacts to the boulevard. We often hear about advocates for open space speaking against these developments. This development is much like the Borchard property, which some incorrectly call the wetlands. I often refer to it as the ratlands. These are not open spaces. They aren't impeding on them. It's an empty lot filled with rats next to the freeway and a parking lot. The lake's property is in a parking lot. It has minimal impact on views and is well planned. We are talking about building homes, apartments, or condos. We aren't talking about building homes, apartments, or condos in our open spaces. We aren't talking about Wildwoods, Setwewa, Mount Boney, or any of the other wonderful places that we have that are open spaces. We are discussing a parking lot. In my opinion, this is a great addition to our community and would build the housing we so desperately need to continue to thrive and grow. Caruso Properties continue to be positive additions to communities they partner with. I encourage the community members to take a look at Caruso properties such as the Excelsior and the Palisades Village. They are absolutely gorgeous. Caruso's involvement in the community only deepens as they shift from developing a property to operating it. That's because they focus on being permanent members of our neighborhood and a source of immense pride for their residents and community. To do this, they join local community organizations and listen to voices, wishes, and concerns, continually tailoring their efforts to the wants of the community. I would ask my fellow community members to do your research to understand the general plan and why it's so important. Instead of accusing the
Thank you so much, Kinsey.
research why this is needing to happen.
All right, our next three speakers are Roseanne Witt, Rosanna Guerra, and Sean Meridian. Roseanne Witt, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Roseanne from TO. I served on our city's Climate and Environmental Action Plan Stakeholders Group. Ventura County's average temperature has already increased 4.7 degrees, making ours the fastest heating county in the lower 48. That average is expected to rise 3 to 5 degrees more in TO within 20 years, threatening 24 extra days of 90+ degree heat and 5 times more days topping 100 yearly. Greenhouse gas cuts must be built into every TO planning and design decision. Every opportunity to go beyond Title 24 energy efficiency standards should be considered essential to all general plan amendment requests and required before any construction project is approved. Nearly 2/3 of TO emissions come from transportation, a sector whose emissions are notoriously hard to cut, requiring very creative solutions from leadership. Natural gas is a super potent heat trapping gas. Its use in TO buildings is our second largest emission source, emissions that are far easier to cut than those from vehicles. This time last year, then Community Development Director Mark Towns said each development is assessed for community benefits, including will the developer commit to constructing new buildings to exceed green building standards. But not a single project approved since has offered energy efficiency upgrades exceeding those standards. Our climate reality requires bold energy efficiency standards be considered an essential community benefit. It costs far more to retrofit existing buildings for all electric than to build new construction all electric. We can't afford to waste this opportunity to future-proof 165 new apartments. Failing to do so will cost residents dearly. Research shows every dollar spent on disaster mitigation saves $6 in climate impact costs, saves lives, and creates jobs.
Thank you
That's
so
an
much.
investment worth making. Thank you.
All right, our next three speakers are Rosanna Guerra, Sean Meridian, and then Tom Cohen. Rosanna Guerra, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I've come before the commission a few times, and while I don't have the expertise in city planning or housing development, I am a concerned citizen, concerned with the direction and lack of priority given to affordable housing. I do, however, have experience with speaking with many working class individuals and families struggling to find adequate housing within their means. Adding additional housing where the going rate is about $3,000 for a one-bedroom is not going to address their concerns. Many commute from Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and work here in the area. Affordable housing, if available, has a wait list for years. So I'm confused by the approval by this commission of development without any consideration or pressure on the city to develop an inclusivity clause or a density bonus to support affordable housing. More attention to the care of oak trees is given than to allowing for equitable diversity of its population. Please look at the lack of priority that the city is placing on affordable housing for working families and individuals. While the project offers a community bonus package, what transparency is guaranteed to the community about the disbursement of these funds? Recently, City Council made diversity, equity, and inclusion its #1 goal. So I'm asking, is the lack of affordable housing aligned with the City Council's goals? Thank you.
Thank you. And our next three speakers are Sean Meridian, Tom Cohen, and Timothy McDougall. Sean Meridian, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chairman Buss, Planning Commissioners. My name is Sean Meridian. I'm a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks, and here this evening as the president of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Property Owners Association. We submitted a letter this evening in support of this recommendation to City Council, and would like to provide a perspective from the Boulevard and highlight a few points. One, the Caruso property in the lakes is not within our specific plan boundaries. However, it is an incident in a critical part of our success. This property at its origination was underdeveloped to a scale of 1/5 its original intended size, and ever since we've all seen the consequences. Housing here already appears to be meritorious as the City Council has allocated a number of units to it. The question before this commission really is how to execute on this vision. Less is not more here. Removal of one floor or the reduction of units will not benefit any of the members of this community or help implement the vision of the Boulevard specific plan. We know firsthand that 270 applicants were denied at 1710 because there was not enough units for them here. Here, if this commission feels that the height is inappropriate, despite the fact that the existing specific plan allows for 75 feet, I implore this commission to look for solutions how to incentivize this partner to build more units within the footprint that we have. As land is scarce, housing is needed, and all of the benefits of that are clearly self-evident from the testimony before you this evening. You have a developer that is only good at one thing, excellence in everything he touches. You have city staff that's studied this application ad nauseum and brought recommendations before you for approval. Embrace them, embrace this opportunity, and help implement the vision of the Boulevard specific plan in our downtown master plan area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Tom Cohen, Timothy McDougall, and Vincent Bernakis. Tom Cohen, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Tom Cohen. I'm a 60-year resident, almost as long as the aged and wise Chief Tim Hagel. Thousand Oaks Boulevard has languished for years. The lakes has languished as well. We need to revitalize the lakes, and this project is the perfect opportunity to do that and create a walkable village. It will enhance the retail opportunities out there. and it is an environmentally sound project. And we know Caruso's commitment to quality is real and not bluster. As a board member on the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, we hear all the time from our local businesses that housing of this type is desperately needed. And the height that's been discussed is not an issue. It meets the requirements of the specific plan. It will not block views or distant vistas or tower over Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's set back far enough. Prior and existing leaders through the specific plan saw this as a unique opportunity that cannot be replicated anywhere else in the city. Please support this project. Trust your staff that it is getting everything it can for the city and its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Timothy McDougall, Vincent Bernakis, and then Rosita Hampton. Timothy McDougall, you have the floor.
Good evening, Commissioner, Chair, Bus, and members of the city staff. We have really a unique opportunity here to support what has been presented by staff as a very viable plan, although there'll be a lot of things to overcome and mitigate throughout the process. This does bring to the city some very important housing element that while it might not be perfect for everyone's concern, it certainly does meet a requirement that we need for our businesses and the ones who are bringing things to our economy. The things that are important about this are the housing element, the economics, and certainly the walkability. And as some of the speakers have talked about environmental concerns and the effects of the green energy that we have available to us, we should consider all of those as we move forward with this design. But this is very premature. This is just something that we can look forward to, and I'm sure that will be vetted out through our processes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Vincent Bernakis, Rosita Hampton, and then Alessandro Neri. Vincent Bernakis, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. I'm Vincent, and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident, together with my wife and two kids who go to Lang Ranch Elementary. We're all supporters of this project, and I'll tell you why. When we moved to California many years ago, we lived in an apartment complex in Glendale called the Americana, which was also a Caruso property. So having experienced it firsthand, not just the level of service, but how they always involved the kids in the community, it was fantastic. And I think it would just be silly to not want that here. So it's a big thumbs up for me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosita Hampton, followed by Alessandro Neri. Rosita Hampton, you have the floor.
Chair, Ms. Hampton and Alessandra Neri are no longer present.
I believe that is all of our speakers on remote then. And I have one more speaker in person. Panamana Hariharan. And you'll be followed by Mindy Greenberg on remote, so don't leave us, Mindy. Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk here. I'm impressed by you people who take care of the city's property and take care of the public money. You've already been made a fool once by this Caruso Development Agency, where you gifted away a big chunk of the property for nothing. And the city has not made a single penny over the last 9 years, 10 years, something like that. And there is a goal for the city of Thousand Oaks to have 2,600 housing units, out of which the 75 units, which are going to be provided by this development, is nothing. I would prefer that the council or the commission rejects this proposal, reviews what went wrong in the earlier proposal, which was approved by the commission, where you gifted away city's property. Evaluate that and don't make this mistake. It's a 95 years or 100 years lease. Just wait out the time. The city will make the money in a few years. They will make some money. And 95 years down the road, the property will still be cities. It will not be gifted away to somebody to make at the expense of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our final speaker via Zoom is Mindy Greenberg. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Mindy, and I'm a resident of Oxnard. And I just wanted to express my support for this project. I think it'll be wonderful for Thousand Oaks to have more housing, especially mixed-use housing. It's more walkable, it's more affordable for folks, and the only thing that I wish this project had, honestly, is a few more floors and more units. So I really hope that you'll put this forward. We have a huge housing deficit in California and especially in our area, and you have the power to make this happen. So please do. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. And with that, we will end our public comments and go back to staff if they're ready for follow-up comments. I'll give you guys a minute to powwow if you'd like. The floor is yours, Mr. Slam or Mr. Kearns.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead and start response to comments in this instance, and that'll be supplemented by comments from Mr. Kearns and Mr. Slim as well. Just want to reiterate, we do have our finance director here, Jamie Boscarino, as well as our assistant city attorney. So with that, I just want to speak generally in relation to comments made generally about the city's general plan and whether this project complies with that. I just want to refresh everyone's memory and point out the fact that one of the entitlements requested this evening is a general plan amendment to accommodate residential on the proposed parcel. If that is approved by City Council, the current general plan would be amended to accommodate that, and that would be reflected in any general plan update that the city would have. In regards to parking at the proposed site, all adequate restaurant parking would remain independent of this proposed project. As pointed out by staff and reiterated by the applicant this evening, the residential proposal will be parked at code requirements. Additionally, in regards to parking for the various theaters in the Civic Arts Plaza, adequate parking exists currently in the city's parking structures. In regards to what was referenced as a mountain ridge line rule, I just want to point out that the general plan is a policy document, and it's not the appropriate location to talk about specific development standards. Additionally, a regulation of that nature would be subjective in nature and run contrary to the city's proposed objective standards, as well as run afoul of the Housing Crisis Act. Additionally, that would be viewed by the state as an impediment to housing, thereby not allowed. In regards to Quimby fees, I will turn the mic over to Mr. Kearns, who will address that as well as a couple of other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Thank you, Commission. A couple items I just wanted to touch on. A few commenters mentioned that this is a precedent-setting matter. This is not a citywide change we're talking about. We're talking about an isolated geographic area, 28 acres in this SP11, the Civic Center, which allows for 75 feet buildings under certain conditions today. So this is not changing the standard to create something new that would be across the city. And as you know, every case that we review and we propose, make a recommendation to the Planning Commission is on a case-by-case basis and evaluated based on the merits of that application. So there's a unique evaluation process for every development proposal. Additionally, this proposed building height is actually in scale with the adjacent buildings in the area, particularly the Civic Center. A couple commenters mentioned that there's no parks in the area. There are actually 3 parks within 1 mile of this project site. Bayer Park, Estella Park, and Parque La Paz are all within walking distance. Additionally, the applicant would be required to pay Quimby fees, which goes towards looking for other sites to add additional parks within the community. And I just want to make that clarification.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that part? I missed that last bit.
The applicant would be required to pay Quimby fees. Sorry?
Before that, about the parks within walking distance, would you say?
3 parks within about 1 mile. Yeah, there's.
Which park are you referring to?
Bayer Park, Parque La Paz, and Estella.
Oh, the one behind the Peruvian restaurant?
Yeah, there's one over on
in
Oakview.
in the car lot there? That one?
Yeah, it's it.
Okay.
Yes. And that's all the comments that I had. Anything to add?
Let me add.
That concludes staff's comments.
Oh, I had a.
Sorry.
Sorry. There are a couple of comments on the financials, one being the real estate transaction, which, as Mr. Heher mentioned earlier tonight, is not under the purview of the Planning Commission and is confidential in nature. I do want to clarify the remarks, though, that it should be done at the highest and best use valuation. That is, the determination of the fair market value is governed by the existing terms of the lease. And again, I just want to reiterate that the DA is an opportunity for the city to renegotiate the existing lease, which of course has not provided economic benefits to the city in terms of ground rent over the past 17 years. And this current DA, as part of the community benefits, would require minimum payments and community benefit payments to the city moving forward. Thank you.
And if I may just follow up on the park item that Mr. Kearns addressed. Also, the pond parcel is considered a park for city purposes and the purposes of this project. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Okay. So we consider that operating park space as far as the city charter goes too? Because we're required to have a certain amount of park space per residence within certain geographic areas. Is this considered
right? So the pond
one of those
parcel
parks for that purpose?
The pond parcel is protected by the Parks Initiative, so that would qualify.
Okay, so it does qualify. Okay, good to know. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you guys done?
Unless Mr. Heher has something to add.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Chair.
All right, then I'm going to turn it over to my fellow commissioners if they have questions.
There's also rebuttal time.
All right, we're going to let Commissioner Newman start this one.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I think we're doing questions of staff, and then they rebut.
Thank you.
And then we do our questions of
apologize.
them again.
Yep. Thank you.
It's my meeting. Commissioner Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just need a quick clarification. I will have questions for staff, for the applicant as well, but just to clarify something Mr. Parker said, we were talking about amending the general plan, not the specific plan. I think I just heard you say the general plan would be amended to do this project if we were to recommend it.
That is correct. So as part of the entitlements proposed this evening, both the general plan and the specific plan are requesting amendments.
So my confusion is between that statement and Mr. Kern's later statement that this would not set a citywide precedent because it's only about the specific plan. So are we raising height limits just for this property or not, is my question.
No. What I would like to point out is The height limit for this particular parcel already exists, so the amendment
For
addresses...
commercial property.
That is correct. So the amendments address specifically the residential project. This is not precedent setting because each individual project, regardless of what happens on this parcel, has to stand on its own merit. So what may be right here may not be right somewhere else in the city. So you can always point at what happened in other places, but that doesn't add merit to another proposal.
I guess just a follow-up question, though, is if this is a general plan amendment, are we raising height limits citywide or wider than this specific plan area?
No. So the general plan is just for land uses. It is not set development standards.
That's my understanding as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so there's no increase in height limits contemplated here anywhere except within this specific plan area.
That is correct.
Is that a true statement?
That is correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. We'll keep working outside in. You're good. You're good. You're good. All right. I have two questions. Kind of following up on what Commissioner Newman asked. So we have established that the specific plan for the Civic Arts Plaza included a standard up to 100 feet. My understanding would be, why was that? Why was that in place? Was it for the actual physical structure of the theater, or was that the intent for the four-story parking structure? Was it the museum that was going to be built? Was it the Cineplex? What of those things needed that allowance, or do you guys not know what the precedent was for that?
Well, the specific plan itself allowed for maximum height of 75 feet under certain conditions, certain setbacks from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, from Canadian School Road. The Civic Center itself, this building, this theater, went through its own ad hoc committee review and was given or granted the additional height for that building.
Okay, so not this one, but the 75-foot was for what?
75 feet was for the contemplated improvements on this sub-area, the sub-area A, which was going to be the multiplex theater at that time.
The multiplex theater. Okay, that's what I was curious about. And then Ms. Boscarino, I have a question for you. The last speaker asked about riding the lease out. It is something that briefly flitted through my mind as I lived in a town that was over 1,000 years old in Europe, actually two separate towns in Europe that were over 1,000 years old. So I am cognizant of the fact that sometimes cities live longer than probably I will, probably everybody in this room. And so what does it mean to ride that lease out? Is that something that is even conceivable, or is it not structured that way? Will this sale ultimately happen at some point no matter what? Because you're saying a lot of this is confidential. I don't know the exact terms.
So the existing lease provided for a 55-year base lease term. I think we've done 17 years of that, so 38 years left on that. It also allowed for them to extend the term another 40 years. So contemplated a total of a 95-year lease term. So by writing it out, we would still be adhering to the existing terms of the ground lease, which to date have not provided any ground rent to the city. And potentially that would mean, depending on how the retail facility does and if they achieve their 12% return, we could potentially not receive ground rent if we rode the lease out.
So worst case is we'd make no money and that place would sit
Correct.
2/3 empty for 70 years.
Correct.
Okay. I was just curious. All right. We will move along to the applicant for your rebuttal period. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, I got distracted. You are now free to speak.
Thank you. I'll just make a few quick comments. Regarding the performance of the lakes, as I mentioned earlier, when we originally approached the city back in 2004, we had contemplated a much larger project. We argued that a smaller project wouldn't have the critical mass needed to support the center. And so by bringing residential on, we're going to help to create that activity the city's been trying to strive to create, in addition to contributing to a more sustainable center. I think Ms. Buscarino already addressed why move forward with the new agreement. It's been in the best interest of the city and the community and the long-term viability of the lakes. I'd like to just make another note about precedent, even though it's been addressed. We are in the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan, which is entirely surrounded by properties in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. For that reason, we respectfully disagree that there's an opportunity for precedent. We're also next to a building that's approximately 30% taller than us. For that reason, we disagree that this would set a precedence. And additionally, we are a 7.5 acre sized property that's buffered by a 2.5 acre site, which allows us setbacks, as I mentioned earlier, in the range of 400 to 550 feet. I don't know that there's an opportunity, to duplicate that anywhere in the city. So we respectfully disagree. Regarding green buildings and wanting to do things above and beyond code, we've already addressed that. We are going above and beyond the code. We are not doing an all-electric building, but we have significantly integrated green building features into the building, and have appreciated the communication with Conejo Climate Coalition. On traffic mitigation, we do plan to pay traffic mitigation fees as part of our development impact fee obligation. And then on the outreach, we reached out to residents and businesses, as I mentioned earlier, within 1,500 feet of the site. That's 3 times larger than the city notification requires, which is 500 feet. We also, as I mentioned, reach out to HOAs across the city. The Acorn has run a number of stories, which has provided links to our website, an email address, and we've also had the site posted since September, where people could reach out to us via phone or email. So we are always happy, if any community member is listening now, to have a conversation, and we welcome an ongoing dialogue. I think that addresses the few comments that I wanted to make, and I'm available for questions.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and lead off because I have 2 questions. Number 1, did you just argue that precedent isn't set by saying that the building right here is taller than the building you're proposing to build?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. I would imagine that this building then sets a precedent for your building.
It does set a precedent for our building. However, it's 30% shorter, and we're surrounded by properties that are governed by a different specific plan that don't allow for height that's already contemplated
Both
here.
buildings we're talking about are significantly taller than anything else in town, is the only reason I would mention that. The second question I have for you is, the fees that you're talking about, are those contingent on you completing the building, the occupation levels, percentage of occupancy, anything like that?
I believe the city requires them to be paid at building permit issuance, and some of them are based on a per unit basis, some of them are based on acreage. There's different requirements.
What about the specific, the 37 years of $79,000 a unit payments?
That's a per unit payment required by the development agreement. So that's a separate contribution than development impact fees.
But are those
associated.
impacted by your ability to rent the properties out, occupancy, anything like that? Or I don't have documentation on this. I'm just curious.
If I can just answer that question, Chair. So impact fees are paid at building permit issuance.
Yes.
So if they were to pull permits to move forward with the project, those fees will become due.
I'm asking about the other money.
Oh, correct. Thank you.
So Chair Buss, just so you're talking about the fees that they're paid for?
The $79,000 per unit that's going to be
Right.
paid over 37 years. My only question is there any contingency, much like we've experienced for the last 17 years, where they didn't pay anything? Like if something goes horribly wrong, if the economy crashes, if they can't rent it out, what happens?
Sure. So there's, in the agreement, there is a portion where they start after 4 years from certificate of occupancy, 48 months. That's when it starts, and they go for 37 years. However, there is a 5-time option where they can request a reduction in the payment for that particular year due to some type of force majeure event that could include an economic event like a COVID or a pandemic or something of that nature.
So out of the 37 years, they'd have 5 years to
5
get out of jail free.
opportunities.
But the other 32 years, they'd be required to pay regardless?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. All right, that explains that. Is that what your understanding of it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? If they were to claim an impairment, they would still be required to make a minimum $100,000 payment. So there will never be a year where they would pay zero.
Okay, so there's no get out of jail free on this one. Okay. Would you be agreeing with that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that just because, I mean, a lot of people have mentioned that the last deal cut wasn't a great one for the city. And so I was just curious if this deal has something we didn't know about it. I realize this is not part of my purview. I apologize. Do any other commissioners have questions of the applicant? I will pass it along to Vice Chair Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several of the written comments that we received in our packet and several oral comments we heard tonight, I couldn't help but notice that the language was virtually identical. There were many letters that had the word strong underlined. We are writing in very strong support. And my question is, did Caruso provide form letters for people to send in? Because the language seemed very, very similar in many letters.
Sometimes the community reaches out to us and says that we want to support the project and asks, to help. But no, it was completely community driven, the support.
So multiple people wrote in spontaneously using the exact same language?
They reached out to us and asked for guidance on,
So you did provide a form letter to them?
We did not provide a form letter. No, we provided some, we've met with community members over the last year, and we've been, just as we have been tonight, talking about the project in terms of walkability, sustainability, bikeability, thriving downtown,
How did so many people come to use the exact same language to the point of underlining the word strong for support?
Vice Chair Newman, I would assume they passed it around to each other. It may have been Caruso, it may have been them, but.
Yeah, I mean, we've received some correspondence from the community that does not support the project with very similar language as well. So
I get the same, I get many letters for every case we hear. I'm a former editor. I'm sensitive to language. I rarely see the exact same language, letter after letter after letter, unless there's a concerted effort to use the same language again. I don't know if that happened here. I don't know if it did. I don't know if it didn't. I'm just asking where that came from.
Well, I think you'd have to reach out to the people that provided the letter.
Further, I just wanted to ask, we heard a great many public comments tonight, many in support of your project. Were any of those people who were speaking in support of the projects employees of the Caruso organization?
We did have two employees from our organization that live in the city of Thousand Oaks and have lived here for a very long time.
Great. Thank you very much. Nothing else.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Lansing, Mr. Link? No? All right, then I'll go ahead and set you free.
Thank you.
We will go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will now open up the floor for a motion and or discussion. Who wants to go first? I'll let Commissioner Link, please.
Are we looking for a motion or a discussion? Because I can start with either. I mean,
go ahead and comment, and then go ahead and.
I'll go ahead and comment. So, much has been made about traffic, and I feel as though it's my duty to respond to that both as a municipal city traffic engineer as well as somebody who lives in the city and understands traffic. We heard this evening that the ADT, which stands for average daily traffic on the boulevard, is anywhere between 15 and 20,000 vehicles per day. I would say 20,000 is probably on the high end. The trip generation of this project, assuming that all trips coming from this project are external, that means that none of the people who live in the building will go anywhere near any of the restaurants or Lassen's or work for the city of Thousand Oaks or rent a car down the street at Enterprise, Avis, you name it. There's 898 trips that will be generated by this project. Now, FHWA says that for level of service C, which is what is deemed acceptable by the general plan, is 30,000 vehicles per day on a 4-lane highway interrupted by traffic signals. We don't get anywhere near that. So while I understand that there is some concern about traffic, it's in all honesty, a drop in the bucket. We see a lot of peak traffic here in Thousand Oaks, AM and PM during the day. It's dead, and we roll up the sidewalks at 6 o'clock. I mean, I don't think we can necessarily all have the same view on traffic, but objectively speaking, based on the trip generation for this project, and again, assuming that every single trip generated by this project leaves the site, is not going to reach the level of any kind of concern that I would have. The AM peak hour trip generation is 53 trips. The PM is 68. Again, neither of these two trip generations, assuming all external, is going to impact intersections in and around the project to a detrimental level of service, which is actually level of service D under the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. The nearest intersection of the project operates at level of service B and C. So again, we're not even there. The school attendance area for this project is Conejo School, which is immediately up the street. I would hope that people would walk their kids the 2 blocks. If they don't, we probably have an issue. I walk my son to school, when I'm at home, and we live within a mile of school. So that's what you should be doing. As far as the mixed use, during the general plan land use discussions, I'm sure it came up that I'm not necessarily a fan, but in this case I am. The mixed use projects that we've seen, mostly due to the vertical nature, limits the amount of commercial that is actually seen. And you normally expect that people are going to say, oh, that great coffee shop. Well, when you don't have a lot of on-street parking, you don't get a lot of traffic that actually supports the business above and beyond what the number of residential units are. Here we have residential units to support the activities that occur here, the Lassens, the CPK, and there's going to be plenty of parking. And speaking of parking, in my experience, and I have been through the process of probably anywhere around 50 apartment complexes in my time as either a consulting engineer or a city engineer. Well, not the city engineer, but a municipal engineer. I'm promoting myself. Renters obviously are getting younger. People are, the newest generations are coming into the workplace, and what are being provided to them are amenities that do not require them to have a car. So the latest developments that I've seen provide for parking for Grubhub, for DoorDash, and I'm not advertising, I swear, for the car shares where there is no longer a need to have a car. So these places are overparked. They have more parking spaces than is required, and that has been every apartment complex that I have seen, that I have gone through the development process with. So I am confident that there is going to be a sufficient amount of parking in this case, especially as we see the younger renters come into town. And with all the amenities that are going to be around them, there will be no need to have a car. And millennials do not drive cars. And some of my colleagues may have kids who have opted not to. My youngest brother decided not to get his driver's license until he was 18. Kids don't get their driver's license at 18. In fact, 16. Most kids don't even leave the house. They're staying in the house until they're 20, 30. I hope my son moves out before then, but that's neither here nor there. The one thing that we do have concerns about, or that we should be concerned about, are the people who, include me, the single-family homes generate the most number of trips. Based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Handbook, 9 trips per day. The number of trips coming out of apartments as we go through the iterations of this manual are decreasing every single year, 5.44 trips per unit. So the single-family homes are what are generating the trips, generating the VMT, which is what we're supposed to be concerned about with SB 743. So we're not seeing the VMT. There's no reason to get in your car and drive a long distance when the amenities are across the street or across the parking lot. So from a traffic perspective, I am not concerned. I don't want to beat the precedent horse any more dead than it already is, but I think what we've established this evening is that the precedent has been set by specific plans. Those are the exceptions to the rule, if you will, of the general plan. So you would expect to see those things in areas like this, but again, this is an isolated incident. The areas where we have tall buildings are Amgen, Hyatt, Civic Arts Plaza, The Oaks. These are specific plans. And the time to complain about building heights is when those specific plans are either amended or they are put into place. So here we have a specific plan that is allowing this building height, and I frankly don't see any need for a reduction in height. As one of our speakers, and I swear I'm almost done, Mr. Dutra had mentioned, if you're driving down the freeway and you're looking at a building, you should probably be looking for the CHP officer who's going to be pulling you over. And frankly, as a traffic engineer, I wish you'd be looking ahead of yourself, because once the 23 comes in, you're probably going to be hitting on the brakes once you pass Rancho. So you should probably be paying attention as you're heading westbound. So, again, being a municipal engineer, I drew my own sight lines, and the best place to see this building from beyond the sound wall from the freeway is in the number 3 lane heading westbound. So that's 1, 2, 3 from the median. Can't see it from 4, 5, or 6. And if you're standing on the north side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and if you're standing on the north side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, well, then you're probably not coming to visit the center anyway. Or you could cross the street. That's all I have. But as far as traffic, I'm not concerned. As far as height, I'm not concerned.
I'm going to make you make the motion.
And I will make the motion if you want me to. Right now? All right. I'll rattle this off for you. As I can get my agenda.
I just wanted somebody else to read it.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Ahier, do you have a comment?
No, just as, if you're, assuming you're making the motion to approve the project, you could read the first paragraph and then note the second paragraph with the 7 items on pages 1 and 2 that include those.
So the recommendation to adopt resolution approving?
Right.
And then, okay. So I move the Planning Commission adopt resolution, there we go. Resolution approving development permit 2021-70434, land development permit 2021, 2021-70435, SPA 2021-70436, development agreement 2021-70437, the mitigated negative declaration 2021-70424, PTP 2021-70438, and LU 2021-7009, based on the findings and subject to the conditions contained in the resolution, and recommend the City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and approve the above request and adopt associated ordinance.
Good job. All right, I will move over to this side, and Commissioner Lanson, please.
Thank you, Chair Buss. First of all, I want to acknowledge the hours and probably a decade full of time that went into what I have in front of me, which is the stack of documents that we had to go through. I have no doubt that between the staff and the applicant, a lot of pizza was eaten, maybe, I'm not sure. But it's a great deal of effort and information with that exchange. And by the way, the reason I'm pointing that out is that's the way I would prefer it, is that negotiation process. One of the things that concerns me is the state is doing a lot of things to take that away. And we still have this ability as part of this process to actually have an impact in terms of negotiating this process. And to that extent, and believe me, we read every single thing that was submitted, by the way. The concerns are valid in terms of lots of concerns about issues of traffic and parking. One of the things we tried to do recently on the zoning for the city was set aside 92% of the residential areas of the city for no more development. And the state came along and on SB 9 got rid of all residential development housing or zoning in the entire state. So, there's a lot of things we can try to do to maintain that process. And again, I'm appreciative of the fact we did this negotiation process in terms of going through these issues. I've said my concept before, and I'm going to get nerdy about planning. I think we can look at the economic process in a few different ways. I'm born in 1964, which is when the city was actually enacted or chartered. There we go. Between the 60s and the 80s, we had a goods-based economy where we all went and bought goods at the stores. So you go to meat and you get your dairy and you go whatever. And then the 80s became a service-based economy where malls were huge. 2007 was a turning point, I think, in terms of when we switched from a service economy to a experience-based economy. And at that point, I'm not going to blame 2004 council in terms of the process not working out. I think ultimately our economy changed. Amazon had a huge impact. The malls, it's not just the lakes. Look at the Oaks. Look at Jan's has tried to remodel itself, by the way, into an experience-based economy in terms of bringing lots of different stuff. So I think ultimately the idea was there, and it would have worked great had that economy stayed the same. It didn't. And now because of that, we're not getting revenue from this project by virtue of the formula that exists, which again was negotiated. And I don't think we will for the next 78 years if nothing ends up changing. So there's no economic benefit for us to sit there and say, hey, that was a bad deal, don't make another bad deal. Well, guess what? It wasn't a bad deal at the time because we were in a different economy. But now we have to look at the best deal we can have right now. The reality is we have a chance of actually getting some benefit in terms of under the development agreement, under the sale part of it, we actually increased sales tax. There was one comment that I had from the supplement where somebody said they'd approve raising taxes to not have this development built. I don't know about you, but to 127,000 minus this one person, not raising sales tax is a huge issue. I want to keep the sales taxes low. We have the lowest sales tax in the county, and I want to keep it that way. So that's very important to me. At the end of the day, in this project, if we can't build something here, where else would we build it? I mean, again, Justin, Commissioner Link cited all the different traffic and other things, but the reality is, when we did the zoning thing, we specifically looked at properties that were able to do this development in a way that adds housing in an effective way. And if we can't put it right next to a freeway, I have no idea where else we would end up putting it. For somebody that said, you said, I think, sir, 160 is a drop in the bucket. We've only added 100 units per year over the last 7 years. We're not adding any housing to meet those state goals. And if we don't do that voluntarily as part of a negotiated process, they're going to force us to do it in different ways. In fact, there's a bill before Sacramento to get rid of parking requirements for various types of developments. So again, if we don't find ways to do this cooperatively and collectively and reasonably in a slow, methodic manner, it's going to be forced on us. So with all that said, I think there's so many things to go through in terms of things. Again, I would like affordable housing as well. But guess what? We only get affordable housing right now through density bonuses. So if you didn't like 165 units, how do you feel about 238 units? So it's one of those difficult trade-offs. Now, the city is trying to find ways to build affordable housing. They bought for $10 million the property where the school is. They're trying to find other ways to create those opportunities, and I think that will come from the money we're going to get from the sale of the property if it goes through. But again, we can't basically look to density bonuses as the saving grace of the only way we're going to get affordable housing, because it's really going to a very minor part of the entire process. I think that's about it. At the end of the day, I support Commissioner Lake's motion. I think this is the best situation, the best alternative in terms of trying to move forward with that. I don't necessarily have a problem with keeping the height at what it is, because again, looking at the only people that are going to see that are from the freeway. I was in the parking lot. I don't think that it would be, unless you're standing literally right against the slope, which again, the building would be there, it really didn't impede my ability to see the mountains or the hills. So I don't have a problem with that. To the extent other commissioners do, we can talk about that, but I'm in favor of your motion.
Commissioner McMahon?
Thank you. And thank you to the city staff for all the negotiation and all the work you have done. I agree with quite a bit of what's already been said, although I would like to ask Commissioner Link if he would amend the motion to reduce it by that one story, the 10 feet. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about that, but there's been, this is near a freeway, it is on a parking lot, and so if we're ever going to do it, this is a great place to do it. I do think that perhaps we can lower it 10 feet. I think that might be helpful for the public, because I know there are people who are very unhappy about the height. So I'm asking if you would consider amending your motion.
Let's move along to Vice Chair Newman before we make a call on that.
Thank you. And just as a matter of procedure, there is a motion on the floor. You'd need to withdraw the motion and make a new one, I believe, if that were acceptable to you. But let's come back to that. I want to echo many of the comments that have been made. I want to thank staff, who I know has worked very hard on this project for a very long time. I want to thank the applicant. You may not like a lot of what I'm about to say, but I want you to know that were we to decide this case on aesthetics alone, I think you have a quality product. I go to many Caruso properties, not just in Thousand Oaks. I think you do good work, and I appreciate your involvement in this community. With that said, I have 3 concerns around this proposal, regardless of whether it's 7 stories or 6 stories or whatever. My first concern is around housing affordability. We have a housing affordability crisis in this country and in this community. And the notion that we're not doing anything in this project or any other project coming before us to address that is a big problem for me. And the notion that adding 165 apartments here or several hundred somewhere else or 15,000, which is what's being contemplated in our general plan update, is going to address a large and growing problem with income inequality in our community is not real. In fact, if you propose all market rate apartments, one of the yardsticks we use in assessing projects is who benefits. Certainly Mr. Caruso would benefit from this. But these are all market rate apartments. They're not affordable, and they're not condominiums, so the residents get no equity. Mr. Caruso gets a rental income, a lot of it, over many, many years. But the residents get paid stubs for their rent checks, and that's it. So by approving this, we are making the income inequality problem in our community worse rather than better. And I'm not in support of that. The second set of concerns I have around this project is its size. I don't think the distinction between 7 stories or 6 stories is meaningful. I think this is a real rush job. We're being asked to rush something through because newer and tougher standards are coming without adequate consideration of what would be by far the largest apartment building in the city by height. We're not doing story polls. We're not considering tougher and greener building standards that will be in place next year. We're trying to get all this in under the wire before that. And I don't think the community benefits from that. It certainly changes the character of the city, and we can wave our hands and say it's not a precedent, but we keep having that conversation over and over as we build more and more units. That brings me to size in RHNA. One of the justifications used for this project is that we have to do it because we have to meet our RHNA quota. And that brings us back to the affordability question. We do a very good job here in Thousand Oaks of producing luxury housing. We did something like 560% of our quota in the RHNA cycle just recently completed for above average and above average income housing. During that same period, we met 3% of our quota for low income housing. And again, we would be making that problem worse by approving this. So I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. I appreciate your willingness to work with the city. I appreciate staff's willingness to work with you, but I don't really understand what the rush is here. My guidance to the city council would be to reject the motion that's proposed, whether it's 6 or 7 stories, and say, come back with something that is a more reasonable size, that is more in line with what the current and the proposed changes to the general and specific plans contemplate, and that does much more to address our housing affordability problem. Finally, my third concern is something that Mr. Teher and staff took a bat out of our hands, at the beginning of our hearing, we can't talk about cost. But I hope the city council can, because the city paid, I think, something like $17 million for this whole lot, including the whole plaza, but prorated portion for the lakes and this parking lot was something like $7 million, 2004. Adjusted for inflation in 2021 dollars, that's $10.4 million. And what's under discussion today is a sale for $2 million in a red-hot real estate market. So we're not allowed to use that as a consideration, and I'm not using it as one. I'm encouraging the city council, when they do have the financial discussion, to make that front and center in their consideration and ask, is this the best deal we can get? So for all those reasons, Mr. Chair, I regret that I cannot support this motion at 7 stories or at 6 stories as written.
All right. I guess I should say something, and then we'll move along here. As everybody that has received my numerous emails on staff is probably well aware, I have been wrestling mightily with this topic, and I want the applicant to know I'm a huge fan of Caruso's properties. I think he does amazing work. I think they're gorgeous. There's a reason the man is very wealthy and very successful, and it's because he does amazing projects. The thing that I have been wrestling with is that I consider myself one of the elder statesmen of the town, because I've been here for longer than I think anybody sitting on this dais. And so I remember the initial acquisition of this property back when, my wife went to Jungle Land when it was open. I'm very well aware of the history of this property, as well as the history that through the 90s, and the objective of acquiring this property for the public good. Originally, there was going to be a museum here. There was going to be the Civic Arts Plaza was going to be built. This was going to be about, culture and embracing that and trying to create. A lot of people like to talk about preserving the rural character of the city, but this movement was actually designed to kind of create an urban, cultured feel. And along the way, as you guys are well aware, and Mr. Carnes is well aware, that didn't happen. And as you were mentioning, we went from a service-based economy to an experience-based economy, but we failed to build the experience here. It was supposed to be a discovery center. It was supposed to be a museum that people could learn at and experience, and a place that people could exist. And so I've wrestled mightily with that. And so I do see the value of this apartment building. I do see the value in adding 165 units to the city, but I also wrestle with the idea that we are giving up on a dream that people originally had for this space as a public space for all of the residents of this community, and we're going to be making sure that it is given to only the people who pay rent there, and ultimately it will belong to Mr. Caruso above and beyond anybody else. And so I think about the literally 2 decades of work that went into trying to get something here. And now we've watched 17 years of that not happen. And I empathize with Mr. Caruso. I know that the project that he's got there is a 48,000 square foot strip mall that was originally going to be over 250,000 square feet of retail space. And he was anticipating that being a very successful kind of cornerstone of his operation. And so I have an infinite number of mixed feelings about this property. And I think for that reason, I have a lot of trouble telling City Council I'm okay with this as it stands. I think that things that could benefit it are things that Mr. Newman mentioned, which if there was an affordable housing component, when we do talk about our housing dearth here, it is for people who are workforce. I know a number of people wrote in their email comments, workforce housing is important, build this. But I don't think they understand that it's 165 units at market price. And in a community like ours, that's not workforce housing. So something like that could help, I think. And as Mr. Newman and Mr. Ayer said, you know, the land deal in and of itself is infinitely complex, and I'm not privy to the private negotiations. My background is in real estate. I do residential, though. I'm not familiar with commercial in that way, shape, or form. So I don't know if it's a good deal or a bad deal, or if it's a bad deal and a good deal. It's the best deal out of a deal that was negotiated badly before, or a deal that was negotiated very well before and now is bad. I don't know. Not my wheelhouse and not my problem. My concern is more for, I think that when Mr. Ayer originally told us to evaluate this project, we talked about 5 basic things. And A is it consistent with the objectives, policies, and general land uses and programs specified in the general plan, and any applicable specific plan? Well, I don't think that this project holds true to the original specific plan that was designed here. I think that we are taking it on ourselves to change the meaning of that into creating, dealing with a new emergency for the city, which is our lack of housing issue. And so because of that, I don't feel like I can support this issue. So I defer to the 3 of you who are in favor of it to talk about the, whether or not you want to withdraw the motion and talk about the height of the building.
Sure, Russ. Question for Mr. Heer.
Sure.
Assuming that we go forward with Commissioner McMahon's friendly amendment, I guess we'll call that, and it goes to City Council, are we in essence handcuffing City Council to that recommendation, or is it still within their purview to do whatever height they deem?
You're not handcuffing the City Council, and just to be very clear, you are the maker of the motion, Commissioner Link, and she did not actually make a motion. She asked you if you would make the motion.
Then I will amend my motion to remove 1 story, and we'll go with a 65-foot building height.
Okay, so now that is the change to the motion. So he has amended his own motion. That is the motion on the table. His recommendation, except for the change, which is 65 feet instead of 75 feet, 1 floor dropped.
Correct.
That would be the motion for you to discuss. And
Do I need to repeat all of that?
I do not think. I think we're clear.
We're good.
I'm getting a little parched over here.
All right, and with that, I believe Commissioner Lanson wants to speak again.
Just one thing, Chair Buss, and your comments kind of sparked my thought as well. Again, looking at this, I'm not trying to change your mind, but I don't think this will just be workforce housing. I've seen lots of projects, the Avante in Calabasas next to the Commons comes to mind, where it actually provides a lot of opportunities for seniors to downsize that then opens up 2, 3, 4-bedroom houses for young families that want to come here. So I think this actually is an opportunity for not just workforce housing or millennial housing or whatever terminology, but a lot of different housing options for people that are looking for different things that would then open up other housing for people that actually would better use that in its best fair use. That's my 2 cents, but
I understand your sentiments, but I don't know a lot of seniors who own their homes for a long period of time that want to go back to renting.
now let's see what's happening with the capital gains taxes. Anyway, I think unless there's anything else.
I'll just make another comment. I agree with my commissioners that we desperately need affordable housing. We desperately need it, and that is something that I am sorry that this doesn't have, but we just plain need housing. We just need housing of every sort. And if this opens up some housing that somebody's going to downsize, or if this allows a family to start out in this community and accept a job here, it's something. And no, we don't have affordable housing here, but hopefully the city will use the money that we get to put towards affordable housing in the manner that we've done in the recent past. It's housing, that's all I'm going to say.
Vice Chair Newman.
I want to respectfully disagree with the premise behind something Commissioner McMahon just said. And I agree with you that we desperately need more housing of all kinds, affordable and not affordable. But the underlying premise is there's this reductionist idea that it's a simple supply and demand problem. And if we just add more demand, or more supply rather, then rents will magically fall. And I've lived in a number of very large cities where the opposite has happened over very long periods of time. And there are people who have been housing advocates and who are academics who have said over long and have advocated more housing for long periods, who are now saying, no, I was wrong. Actually, the only people who benefit when you build vastly more apartments are the people who own apartment buildings. And it doesn't really improve affordability. So that's my basis for not seeing this as addressing the affordability problem in a constructive way. And off the subject, that was my problem with the general plan update as well. But that's not the question before us tonight.
All right, and I do feel weird adding this on, but I did want to make a side comment. I think that if you were in favor of this project, I can't imagine wanting to make it shorter, to be honest with you, because you are reducing the number of units. I will say that as the guy voting. But I will allow it to continue because we've got the motion going. Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Nay.
Chair Buss?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-0. Commissioner Newman and Chair Buss dissenting.
All right. Congratulations. You have your project. Moved on to City Council. There is no appeal period for a recommendation by the Planning Commission to the Council, so we don't have to recite the appeal process. And we can move on to, I believe we don't have any department reports tonight, correct? And then now's the time
That is
for...
correct. No department reports.
Okay. And then now is the time for commission comments or any AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. Are there any comments from my fellow commissioners? Vice Chair Newman.
Again, I want to thank staff very much for all your diligent work on this and all projects that come before us. I do have a question about something that may come before us in December, which is the revision to the housing element. My request, if it's available, is if there is a red line version of that, to see what was changed after our meeting, what went up to the state, and then what changes, if any, the state made. Maybe they thought we did such a wonderful job that they said, just print it, go. I doubt it, but it would be helpful to see what changes were made. Thank you.
Just a quick comment, and thank you very much to the public for sticking it out. It's, obviously, this is requires your dedication as much as ours, so you are the unsung heroes as well.
All right. And we're moving along to Planning Division Manager Kearns. Are there any follow-up items, announcements, or upcoming issues?
No announcements. The next scheduled Planning Commission meeting is December 6th. We currently don't have anything on that agenda, so that will likely be canceled. But we'll try to get something on there for you.
Copy that. And so no upcoming planning meetings. I'd like to just go ahead and close the meeting out with saying, everybody take Commissioner Link's advice. If you live within a mile of your school, please walk your children to school. And thank you all. The meeting is now adjourned to the next meeting, December 6th, 2021 at 6 p.m.